All right. How's it going, everyone? Welcome. So tonight we're going to be doing something a little different. As you can see, I had a pretty productive weekend here. Um, and our reviewers have been busy. So, how's it going, Dennis? Welcome. Those of you that don't know Dennis, aka Last Miles, he's another streamer here on Twitch. He deals with mostly, I don't want to say mostly kernel stuff, but he deals with like weird low level kind of stuff. So if like seeing stuff is your thing, and like serious system stuff is your thing, you should go give him a follow for sure. Just no fart, sure. But yeah, so as you can see, I've kind of stacked up the pull requests just a bit. So, I was planning on streaming on Saturday when I did a bunch of this work. But I was sitting here eating dinner before I was streaming, and I bit the ever living shit out of my tongue. Like, to the point where blood was gushing from my tongue. So obviously, I did not stream Saturday night. And then yesterday was a little weird too, but yeah. Oh, how's it going, Swills? Welcome. How you doing as well? I was just sitting here chewing. I was eating a burrito from Qdoba. I was like, I was watching something. I must have made a weird face or something. I bit down real hard. And like I didn't like I took a small chunk out of my tongue with my teeth on accident. But I got the top and the bottom of it, so I got a nice good welt going on right now. Right on the tip of my tongue. It is so annoying, so ever living annoying. But also, since Wills is here, we'll give him a shout out as well. He's another streamer here on Twitch that sometimes streams games like Cyberpunk 2077, as you can see here, but he also works on a virtualization orchestration tool for FreeBSD's Beehive hypervisor named Serena, which he writes in Golang. So if that sounds interesting to you, go give him a follow. Bit off a chunk of my tongue, right? Yeah, no shit, dude. Like, I hit it so bad, I had a mouthful of burrito. I run to the kitchen. I'm just spitting it all out into the sink to trying to figure out, like, did I fork my tongue? You know, like, cause it fucking hurt. I was sitting there with a paper towel for like an hour, just trying to like get the bleeding to stop. It wasn't super bad, but it was just like, oh my god, I couldn't talk. I couldn't move my tongue at all without like reopening it and starting to bleed again. It was impressive. But yeah, so you can see we stacked up a bunch of pull requests here. Seagull, I've got a pull request implementing not generic. What's the right word? Intrinsic types, as well as being able to step statements. The next step before Seagull becomes useful is to do column stuff, but I don't want to get that far in this pull request setup, so we're gonna wait on that. We have a bunch of stuff in Ibis. I designed on Saturday. Saturday I went to a local Twitch meetup. Somebody has started running them again. They're looking to do them monthly, which is a little crazy, but whatever. So a lot of places, a lot of cities will have Twitch meetups where streamers can get together, hang out, maybe collaborate, or, you know, just help support each other, or just talk, you know, whatever. And anyway, so they had a meetup this past Saturday, and that was the second one they've done with this new cycle. But going forward, they're supposed to be doing it monthly, so we'll see how that goes. But anyway, so before that meetup, so for a long time, I've had this ticket Ibis 51 to implement Ibis. Oh no, not 51, 11, right? So Ibis 11, created 10 months ago. I said we need the batch specification for a number of other things like label responses, net split condensing, etc. I had some notes and ideas, but I lost them. So I don't know. I just was kind of thinking about it a bit Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon before the meetup, and so I wrote this entire big old thing. And then when I got home from the meetup, after I stopped bleeding from biting the shit out of my tongue, I went through and implemented Ibis 51 and 52 to create the batch object and actually handle batches. So those are on the docket for experimental 2, which is cool. Crap, I closed review board. This is supposed to be review board. So that's on the list. We're not necessarily going to have anything that's using it, but it'll be there. It's done, right? That's a big thing for Ibis land. Also fix some stuff at GI DocGen. a bunch of other little random cleanups everywhere, and implementing mode strings for Ibis. So if those get landed here soon, we can get some big stuff done for Pidgin 3, Experimental 2. We'll see. Get yourself organized and your passport renewed. Then you're thinking of a road trip to Arizona and thereabouts. So hit Kalamazoo, Michigan, and then head south, and likely be in your region. Just a heads up. It'd probably be best to meet you in Chicago. Kalamazoo is not exactly like, so you're gonna miss me because, well, whatever. Let's just do this. Right. So Kalamazoo. I'm trying to remember exactly where this is. Yeah. So you're gonna come down here. I'm over here. So. Like, I have no problem meeting you in Chicago, though, if you're willing to do 90 to Chicago. Just to get the t-shirt? Okay, well, whatever. But yeah, I have no problem running down to Chicago. I can jump on the train or something. It's a nice little ride. Get about 3 hours of programming on the train. It's not bad. So it's a train that just runs right there. Oh, you're saying and then over to Milwaukee. And then, wait, so you're going to come this way and then go that way? I mean, I suppose it's only 3 hours out of your way. Whatever you want to do, man. I don't care. When are you thinking of doing this, though? Because, is once you get your passport. So, okay. I was going to say, because if you're looking at short term, the first week of April is absolute nothing else. I can't fit anything else into that week. So that week... Oh. So, Pidgin Experimental 3 is due out this day. Right? March 31st. I'm supposed to have that done. Late May? Okay. Well, my birthday's early June, so whatever. We'll figure something out. Then, besides Milwaukee, is this the second or the third? I can't remember. Road trip will set you back 5K at least? Jeez. No, that's a road trip. Wow, wait, what? They were doing 2026 call for papers? Okay, April 2nd is B-Sides. So, Pidgin 3 Experimental 2 release. A day off to chill. B-Sides Milwaukee. And then CypherCon, which is a security conference. Wisconsin's largest technological conference. This is April 3rd and 4th. And then Midwest Gaming Classic. So that was 3rd through 4th. Midwest Gaming Classic. Where's the dates on here? April 4th through the 6th. Just, yeah. The first week of April, I'm not getting anything done. You also head east from Arizona to get to NYC and visit people there. Get to, yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, it was easier too. Like I said, I can run down to Chicago. It's not a big deal. But either way, let me know. We'll figure something out. So, all right. So, the main thing we're going to get to tonight is Haya. So, earlier today, I put this together. Your age, a big road trip is an adventure that your soul needs. Nice. As long as Americans respect the weird Canadian poppy license plate, I don't think, well, I don't know, current events might make things a little worse than they would normally be, but we'll see. But, so, Haya is, we've talked about this a bit, that we were going to build our own MDNS client library, because we have to build the abstraction anyways. And building it out into a separate library it's not a small amount of more work, but it's not too much where it doesn't make sense to split it out. So, MDNS or Avahi, all that stuff, it's all based on work from Apple called Bonjour. So our library is going to be named Haya. So, like I said, I put a bunch of this together today. And we're going to start bootstrapping the library and going from there. And we'll see what happens. How's it going, Core Bob? Welcome, welcome. Canadians don't even respect the weird Canadian poppy license plates. Okay, I don't know what these poppy license plates are. Also, Core Bob, how have you been? It's been a long time since I've seen you. Are you still? You were streaming, right? Are you still streaming? Yeah, before today, your last messages were almost 2 years ago. Exactly. That's kind of funny. You have Veterans Army license plates that the government here issues. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. You know what? I think I've seen some of those before, but maybe I didn't see the Canadian part, and I didn't know what the fuck they were. Huh. You've not streamed in several years? Okay, okay. Fair, fair. Either way, welcome back. Glad to see you. They've been pulled over by police for stupid stuff, and they just give me a nod and tell me to go home and be good. Nice. I just took a caffeine pill before the stream because I am dragging. And I'm getting cottonmouthy because of it. How's it going, Subuntu? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? But yeah, so we are going to bootstrap this thing tonight. We've got a rough idea of what we're trying to do, what our goals are. I've sent this out on Mastodon and some other people to try to get an idea. So this is my first thing ever building from scratch, or really using MDNS at all. So I'm looking, if anybody has experience building things on top of MDNS, I would very much like to hear your opinions. Especially with what I'm thinking of for the API and stuff here. But yeah. Or which province the plates are from, I suppose, if they're poppy plates. With bloody red plates? Okay. Probably because cool geeks are watching with great brain. Sure. Go for it. The links thing is, you know, it's like we're here to work together. Like I'm gonna work on this stuff. Maybe you'll nerd snipe me, maybe you won't. Probably not. We'll see. Why would my in? Right, let me do this here. Why would my include / C++ 14.2.0 IO stream not be found? Strange situation that I know I've seen before and really cannot recall how to fix it. That matter, I do not recall what the problem really is. Let it be said that I have done a bootstrap before a few times, and I just know this has happened before. With that said, I apologize. This is a dummy. You should do that yourself question. I mean, that's usually what it is, isn't it, right? A dummy question. Like, we all make stupid mistakes. Dude, I was in the GTK Matrix room the other day going, all right, what do I have to do to make a thing become an air domain? And then it turned out I was forgetting to add a generated header file to my build. Yep. So yeah, the only thing that would be weird is that user include is not a default include path, but I don't know what causes that. Nobody, no replies yet though, huh? Oh, it's because of this? Are you missing includes for Power 9? The Power 9 works. I don't know what fno built-in is, but that looks suspicious too. No optimizations with debug. CPU target is Power 9, 64-bit. Yeah, I mean, like, if you actually tell it, it makes me almost, okay, yeah. But, like, if you give it a minus capital I, user include, whatever the hell the Power 9 stuff are, does it work then? I'm trying to see if, yeah, I mean, this is a cross compile, right? You have bin utils and everything. GNU, bin utils. Power, okay, wait, no. So this is Power PC, okay. So yeah, this is mostly just defaults then. PowerPC 64, Little Indian, Unknown, Linux GNU. That looks fine. Is like the include just fucked up for this guy? I'm assuming you have ops BW include somewhere in there. Yeah, opt BW include. But it looks like it's just not looking at that. Yeah. No, I got that now. Sorry, I should have read the bin util setup and everything first. Silly question. What happens if you strace the compile and grep for open? Or maybe not even open, grep for stat. Yeah, I mean that's the only thing I can think. Like when I start going, I don't know why it's not checking the file. It always comes back to strace. They're like, oh, because it missed a path. Anubis. Keep wanting to catch that because I want to see what that tool is. Although I don't know why it's got like anime girls on it, but whatever. Um, anime cat girls. Like it's fine, but it just seems weird for a gnome to be using that. But whatever. All right, you're gonna check strace. Cool. All right, so we are going to go over here. We're gonna go here. We're gonna make directory hiya, and we'll go from there. Yeah, I mean, hopefully that'll give you some insight, but yeah, we'll see. We're gonna copy .seagull because we just did seagull recently. Star to here. Yep, omit directories. That's fine. Authors right now is just gonna be me. That's fine. Change log. Nothing yet. Be the first. We don't have to work convey. Fair upstream to your detriment, whatever. GLPL 2.1 or LGPL 2.1 rather. Mason.build. Hiya. Oh, let's see this way. Lib hiya. No. Oh, it's gonna be 2025.3 right away. That's fine. We need to search for seagull this way. No. All right. So it looks like we got all of it. We do not need SQLite. We probably need GIO. The rest of the stuff we'll get to in a little bit, but we got to get the basics started, so it's not a big deal. We always need SQLite. So, are you aware of the library we're building? So we're building a library called Seagull, which is a wrapper library around SQLite to make SQLite feel a bit more like a GNOME or a glib library, and to make it easier to reuse prepared statements and stuff, because otherwise it's a real verbose pain in the butt to do. Hold on. System experience SQLite and it generally just works. Yeah. It's so like we started. Do I even have that branch anymore? How's it going, Ella French? Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I just now noticed your message. I don't know if you're the person that's still here in chat. We'll see. Conversation manager serialization issue show patch. Does this have? Yeah. So like we need to be able to serialize all the conversations in Pidgin 3 because we want it to remember your conversations and then restore them when the program closes and reopens. Most chat clients don't do that, especially IRC clients, and I don't know. I personally find it really annoying, and it means you have to spend a lot of time configuring it to do all the things. It's dumb, right? So the idea is we're going to take all of them, we're going to store everything we can about them so we can restore them between you putting the program and relaunching it, right? And then before you're connected. But like, just to serialize it. So there's our prepared statement, and this is just to write it, not to read it back. Here's all the columns we have to read. And then, to delete a tag. So that's to insert the conversation. This is to delete tags from the conversation. This is to insert the tags for the conversation. This is for the conversation members to delete them and to insert them. And we're not even done, right? And just the amount of code there. Is just, crazy, right? Like, look at this. It's like, oh my God, right? That's serialization, right? That's not deserialization. So this is where the idea of Seagull started coming through is, so number one of the reasons this got so crazy and insane was, where's one of the actual statements? Should be here, right? So we wanted to force you to use the names for parameters because that's just easier for people to read and understand, and you're not dealing around with index column IDs. So if a property gets added or removed or something, right, you don't have to then rebalance it and all that, right? But that's where all of this stuff came through, because then we had to look up the bind parameter index with the name on the prepared statement to figure out where to put that column, because internally it needs to do all that, right? So this was just getting crazy, and it was like, well, this would be much easier if we just abstracted this and created our own statement, which did all this work for us. And that's where the idea of Seagull came from. We already had some basics. So the first thing we put into Seagull was we had some very basic migration support. So we have some stuff where we override the schema version pragma to keep track of what version of the schema we're on. And then we give you some options to run migrations from a G resource or from an array of strings. And that we already had that in Purple 3, and that was what we put into the first version of Seagull. But now then we did a version where we added helpers for transactions. So like beginning a transaction and stuff, it's not a big deal, but it's a little bit tedious, especially when you have to do it again and again and again. So now our syntax is you pass it a Seagull SQLite 3 pointer, which is really, it's just a type alias. And then it'll convert it to, so if the transaction began successfully, it returns true. If it failed, this will then give you a G error that has the SQLite error message and everything. And again, it's more familiar for people that are building glib and GNOME-based applications to work with, rather than having to have like an ANSI C-like C library. But it's really just wrapping a bunch of stuff and making things a little bit more helpful. But the big thing is what we're working on right now is the statement stuff, which, is that even in here yet? Yeah, so we have the first thing around here, but this didn't have any binds or anything yet. So it just allowed you to get, create it, to get the statement out of it, to get the raw SQL that was input, and to get the database back out of it. But then one of my open pull requests right now allows bindings. Then on top of that, we have the step and reset for the parameter or for the statement and that kind of stuff. But we're getting there. Day one road trip looks like. Oh, okay. You're uh closer to Toronto than I thought you were. Okay. And actually, I think you said Toronto, but yeah. Oh, you're going to Naperville and then coming. Oh, not quite Naperville, but yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Feel like you take some time outside Chicago and crash the night, and then head to Milwaukee. Okay. Joliet. You gonna go see Joliet Jake? See the old prison where the Blues Brothers are from? I think it's still there. I had to think of what his name was. I was like, Josh? No. Like, I can't remember. But yeah, so anyways, that's the idea of Siegel. And then there's some other stuff we're going to add on top of it to make our lives even easier. But that's the building blocks as we're getting there. But anyways, we need to get back here to Hiya. Hiya. Alright, Mason build looks alright. What else we got here? Mason options, dock, introspection, NLS, that's all fine. Read me. Hiya. A cross-platform MDNS client library. That obviously doesn't work yet, but yep. I don't know why you're calling it Milwaukee, but sure. It's Milwaukee. Milwauke. And there's lots of walkies in Wisconsin. Like, is it no, I just want a list, man. Why are you telling me Buc-ee's? I don't give a fuck about Buc-ee's. In city names in Wisconsin. Okay, this is, yeah. All right, well, all right. Anyways, so there's Milwaukee, right? Not far from Milwaukee, there is Pewaukee. Then I just had another one. I can't think of it. I totally just fucking blanked. Let's try this. This might help more. Wisconsin meme pronounce cities. Is there Zewaki? I think so. Wawasaki. Or is there Wawasaki? There's Wausau. I'm thinking Wanakee, but that's not quite the same. Where's this stupid meme? Sure. Now that I want to find it, I can't. This may be it. Nope. City by population. There's a meme that's like, don't trust somebody from Wisconsin. Or maybe it's not trust, but it's like, Michigan pronunciation. Oh, what the hell? Okay, this one will work. It's not quite the same, but Lac de Flambeau, Namakogan. I'm not sure on that one. Okay, there is Wawasaki. Okay, yep. Pakwaki. There we go. Shit, I don't even know some of these. Wazaki, Walusine, Wanawak. We did Wasaki, Wasahara, Wasa, Maguanago. These can't be right. That's Scanawan, but Pewaukee, Waukesha, Kana, Rio, Shwano, Wanaki, Ashwaubenon, Oconomowoc, Kiwani, Menominee, Wauwatosa. I don't know. Elva, I guess, is separate. I don't know. Kewaskum, Pointatowski, Eau Claire, Mazomani. I don't know that one. Nespequan, maybe? Sheboygan, Minocqua, Waiawega. Yeah. Oh, ads again already? Oh, this should be over. Wait for no ads on the other platform? Yeah, just go to YouTube. It's fine. But yeah. Just giving you a heads up that if you can, if I can get this road trip organized, then you are in the early list of people I want to visit. Have a brew. Get a picture and t-shirt. And sure. Although I don't drink anymore, but I can get a soda or something. I'm not going to be upset if somebody is drinking around me, to be clear. I just don't drink anymore myself. So, but anyways, yeah, that's, rough idea. All right. That's fine. We're not there yet. While working on local messaging for Pidgin 3, we determined that we needed to abstract out the platform specific MDNS libraries. And since we had to do that, we might as well make it reusable for others. For streaming, yep. Good luck. Hope it goes well for you. Yes, Corbob, the joke has always been once Twitch allowed multi-streaming to YouTube, it's been you go to YouTube for the video, but you still stay connected to Twitch for the chat. Because YouTube chat is but YouTube has no ads. Well, actually I don't know if it has ads if you don't have YouTube Premium. I don't know. But Twitch chat is where all the other stuff is, but it's better. So yeah. All right, cool. That's a good enough blurb for now. That's fine. I'm okay with that. We need to create the PO directory. Oh, we need to do this too. Copy tilde/ p Pidgin subprojects. gi.gen.rep. I hope this is the new enough one. Yes. Okay. More people should use Chatterino for Twitch chat. More people should use Pidgin 3 for Twitch chat when it's ready. And I thought Chatterino was Discord, or is it Twitch? Is it Twitch? I thought it was Discord. There is an interesting solution, or an interesting situation Twitch chat does put us in, though. There is Pidgin 3 Experimental 1 was released December 31st. There's a flat pack for it, but it's in flat pack experimental. So you can't, it doesn't show up on the FlatHub website, but if you have GNOME software or something installed, you can add the FlatHub beta repo from there and go from there. That's Twitch? Okay. I mean, you can build it yourself if you want, but like, I don't want to support people and all our dependencies and stuff, and then people install it on their machines and then yell at me because Mason doesn't have a uninstall. So that's why we're pushing Flatpaks. So you can barf at them all you want, but it makes my life much easier. So, so you'll see it's in FlatHub beta. But This only does IRC. It doesn't do a great job of it, but it does IRC. And there's a bunch of other stuff that's gotten in that we're getting released by the end of the month. I'm trying very hard to get link local messaging in by the end of the month, because the day after release would be April Fool's Day, and Bonjour Chat, aka link local messaging, when abbreviated, is LLM. So I would very much like to, on April Fool's Day, say that we have added LLM support to Pidgin 3, and then describe that it is link local messaging, and that we will never actually add AI stuff to Pidgin 3. So that is my goal, except I'm running out of time real quick here. But that's why we're trying to build this library and get this all going. But we've got to get Zeem ready, and we've got to get Haya ready, and we got to go. So, like, I'm trying to do that. The problem is there's this pesky thing called work I have to do so that I can pay my bills, so that I can work on Pidgin. And yeah, you're out because of no AI. I mean, you can add a plugin to add AI, just there won't be anything built in at all. Pidgin. Well, we already have link local messaging in Pidgin. It's called Bonjour in Pidgin 2. It's been there since 2006. We just need to rewrite it for Pidgin 3. So the real goal for Pidgin 3 Experimental 2 was to have, one of the biggest goals was to have another protocol in there. Because so many people did not read and were like, why does Pidgin only support IRC now? I thought you're calling it the universal client, it only supports IRC. I'm like, we've only gotten one of them implemented because shit takes time. So to get another protocol in there right away will be hopefully shut those people up, but I realized that we probably can't shut those people up. So the idea was we were gonna try to do XMPP, but the problem is XMPP is too big of a thing to try to get done in that amount of time. But LLM, or link local messaging, or Bonjour, uses a very small subset of XMPP to operate. So there's no server portion or anything like that. All the discoverability stuff is done via MDNS. But the problem is then we still have that abstraction layer we have to do. But that abstraction layer really shouldn't be that bad, because interacting with these things, you basically, to make link local messaging work, you publish your service, and then when you're disconnecting or whatever, you unpublish your service. And then aside from that, you just browse. MDNS has this thing where it's browse, and you're just constantly browsing until you stop browsing, right? And then you browse for other people using the same service. So realistically, this isn't that complicated. There's not a whole lot of parts to it, whatever, right? So what we've been trying to do is we need to get this part done so that we can get everything discoverable. But then in the meantime, we need to get the protocol plugin working, and we need to get Zeem to the state where it can actually function. And Zeem is kind of there, but there was a lot of cleanup we had to do because we haven't touched it in like 6 months or so. So we did a bunch of that cleanup stuff already. There is a lot of pull requests for that. Okay, actually, I guess we're all done. All right, so we updated GI DocGen, and that's it. So now we're just kind of at the point where we start an XMPP service, but we don't have a way for anything to connect to it yet. And what I can do to do more testing for that, which I'll probably do once we get this stuff for Haya ready, is I will just publish automatically. I will manually publish in my local MDNS so that Pidgin 2 can then connect to Pidgin 3, and we can try to start working on the actual XMPP implementation there. But either way, we want to get the library here built and set up so we can get that going. But the way this actually works is when you start a Bonjour or a link local messaging connection, you open a port that has the XMPP service, and then you publish that in MDNS. And then other clients will see that and then connect to you, or you'll have a browse and you'll find people and you'll connect to them and stuff like that. So it's not super duper complicated, but we need to get it done. So, but anyways, so like the MDNS part, it's important, but it's not a blocker for development, if that makes sense. But we still need to get it done. And since we have to bootstrap a whole library and all that stuff, we need to get to that sooner rather than later. So, which is why we're trying to go from here. But also we had to come up with an idea of how to design it and stuff like that. So, Yeah, it's a thing. All right. We need a Hiya directory. We're just going to do this for a minute. New folder. Yeah. Mason build. All right. In theory, oh, we do have a PO file. See our PO Mason file. Oh, we do. Look at that. Okay. Seal PO Mason.build to PO. Because we don't actually have a dock target yet. Lovely. Oh boy, do I know what the clip is? What did I say? Right, 5 years ago. Oh, is that Coop controlled? No. What is this? People worried about keyboards as much as they people worried about version control systems as much as they did on keyboards. We wouldn't have Git. That sounds like something I would have said 5 years ago. I'd still say it today, but yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it, Dennis. Yeah, so so for some reason I always think that May 1st, or not May 1st, March 1st was my first stream. I think it might have been later, but I don't remember. We've been celebrating March 1st as a stream anniversary. But this year marks 8 years. 8 freaking years. Of me sitting here working on Pidgin on Twitch at least 2 nights a week. And obviously, you know, doing lots of stuff, Pidgin stuff outside of Twitch. But yeah, how's it going, Fallen? Welcome, welcome. Also, Adam Fighter. Hello, hello. How you doing? But yeah. So all right. So we got the basics here. Followed. Oh, you're looking for follow age? April 19th, 2019. But follow age should work. I'm not following myself. Probably because I can't. Can I? I don't even know if I can. Like, you should be able to follow yourself. Why not? I cannot follow myself. Weak. Oh, okay. Or you can click on your name. Or the bot will tell you to. So 20, 30 days? COVID years? Yeah. Does it still mention? Okay, that's fine. Oh, yeah, look at that. Okay, cool. Bootstrapping a project, you always miss stuff. You still got my sticker? Well, I still have tons of stickers, man. If people want to do a sticker giveaway, we can do one. But I just ask that you like actually put in the order for them. Although it took me a week to do the last ones because I kept forgetting about it. But shop.reaperworld.com is still a thing. And we can still do sticker raffles if people want to get them for free. I still have a stupid amount of stickers. And there's magnets and keychains and shit in there now too. Except I don't do free shipping on those because they get stupid. Stupid, like they want $30 to ship less than an ounce of keychains or magnets to Germany. And you're like, what? This is stupid. Yeah, there is still a channel point redemption for a sticker raffle. And here's the thing. It's not really a raffle. You're just entering so that I will give you a code to get them for free. Our sticker order today, along with an email from Sticker App, saying they now had a Canadian site. That would have saved you 40%. Oh, jeez. That's a little ridiculous. All right, to get started, we're going to copy .seagull/seagull/mason.build to Haya. 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 This does not have a SQLite 3 dep. We don't have either of these yet. Although we can stub them, but we'll see. Your kid is going on a cruise on Thursday. Went to the bank today to get USD for the trip. Oh boy. You're actually letting them come here right now? Came to 447 CAD? Jeez. Is that high or low? It sounds high. Like normally wouldn't have been like 350? Maybe 400? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've looked at the exchange rate. Alright, when we bootstrap these, we typically just put the version macros in to get started. Version cons, that's cool. Enum headers. So we're doing this new trick where we say if actually let's just copy it from Ibis directly. Last year was maybe 30%, now it's basically 50. Yikes. Yeah, that's nuts. What exactly is this trick? Okay, so we just say dot length. So we add the enum stuff if the length of the enum stuff is greater than 0. It makes it much easier. So if Haya enum headers dot length greater than 0, then we turn all that on. And is it end if or is it end? It is end if. Okay. And this stuff is here already. I kept missing this stuff and it was driving me nuts. I couldn't figure it out. But it's all right. We got it now. No SQLite. Oh, that was GI DocGen. Right, yep. Why don't we have glib in here? I guess it's implied or something, but put it in there to be pedantic and shallow. Okay, so we need the version stuff. Seagull star version star to Haya. CD Haya. A cross-platform MDNS client library. Okay, I think that should be everything for now. Version.h to Haya version.h. Move Seagull version.c to Haya version.c. Move Seagull version const to Haya version const.h. Haya is legal property of its developers. His names. Oh, this is just 220 or 2025. 225. Okay, that looks fine. Do, 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 do. My virgin. Yep. There's not a whole lot here. This file, it gets generated. That's why it's separate. Because those values changed based on when we're building. Okay. I have version dot. I guess let's do h. Version dot h. We should delete the ones we don't using yet. That's okay. Can't imagine why I copy paste this stuff or copy paste these files around, huh? Right? Okay, so Haya version 2, version 3, those get deleted. So we did, we don't have the enumerator stuff in here. That's all right. We'll add that stuff when we need it. The basics are here, which is all we really care about. Oh, no, we do have the enumerator. Okay. Static inline enumerator, macro, available in, type in. Okay, cool, cool. No working user line UI, but what is the difference between GTK and GDK? Why so confusing for the OpenGL, GL are so confusing? So GTK, GDK are the backends. Right, so that's going to be your Win32 API, your Wayland, your X11, your Cocoa, your Quartz, etc. That's what GDK implements. Now GTK builds the widget set on top of those backends, right? So GDK is the abstraction between all of the platform-specific graphical backends, and GTK is what the users end up using to build on top of that. No, Qt is not GTK. Qt is its own different thing, and they don't have a split between the two. But GDK is a sub-library of GTK. They're in the same source tree. GDK will work without GTK, but GTK does not work without GDK. And then Qt itself is its entirely own different thing. And as for OpenGL, I don't know what you're asking there. Like OpenGL is a graphics primitive or graphics acceleration API, which is totally orthogonal to it. Like it's not a widget set. It's not a widget toolkit. So it does. They're just different worlds, right? So like Athena widgets, ATK, Qt, GTK, Fox Toolkit, FTK, all of those are kind of in the same realm, but OpenGL, Vulkan, etc. Those are graphics primitives that are completely separate. Oh, why do the functions start with the name? Because we don't have namespaces in C, so we literally have to namespace every symbol with a namespace. That's why every user space library will have a prefix in it. Well, yeah, library. Because we just don't have namespaces. So you literally, so like right here, why does everything start out Haya underscore? Because that's us creating a namespace. By literally naming everything with the same prefix. Right, so Haya check version, boom. Yep, it's the same reason why everything in glib starts with a G, why everything in GTK starts with a GTK, why everything in GDK starts with GDK, etc., etc., etc. Now, in Qt, you won't see that because you have, well, they have real namespaces in C, or in C++, but we don't have them in C. So, yeah, well, in the kernel, it doesn't matter, right? Because you have a single address space that you're working in. So you just can't have symbols conflicting with the same name, right? Because you wouldn't anyways, because you're in the same namespace, or you're in the same address space. So you don't have to bother with it because, well, in the kernel's the only thing aside from its modules that are in that namespace. But like most of your symbols aren't visible anyways, because everything's going to be defined static. I don't have a public or a non-public method to show here. All right, but like, right. So like everything in the kernel is going to be static, whatever, right? And then then there's going to be something similar to a vtable like this, right? Where you're defining a struct or an export or something, right? And then you're filling out the struct, and then that points to the static methods, and then you don't have the name conflicts because you're in your own address space and everything's static, nothing's public. All right, and that's because NetFilter has an external API that other kernel modules and stuff have to talk to. So again, there's no such thing as namespaces in C, so you have to literally create namespaces by prefixing all of your symbols. It's not the build directory. No. Oh, we do have. Okay, yeah. I'm like, dude, I thought for some reason I was thinking this was totally generated, but it's not. But also, so that whole namespace thing, that is also why we now have a single header include, and we do not allow you to include individual files. Because again, well, more specifically, right? So like in the past with libpurple, we didn't have the files namespaced, right? So like all these are Haya, whatever. But like because of that, our include file names are then part of the API. Because if we change them, we're going to break your build. Right? This is now why we require a single header file for all of our projects and only allow you to include that. Because then we just don't change that file name ever because it's the name of the project. So unless we change the name of the project, which we're going to have to recompile for anyways. But then this way we can change files around, we can delete them, we can move them, whatever. We can do whatever we want because it's not part of our public API anymore. Right, I've got to get the stupid docs in here too. Or we can comment out the doc thing right now. Where's the alias target for that? I'm in the wrong thing. Oh, we can just do this one. C++ has modules now, more better evolved from C, and namespaces same way how great. Yeah, like I said, we don't have those in C, so it is what it is, right? But it's fine. What the fuck is this about? Oh, okay, yep. That shouldn't have gotten. Where the fuck did that shouldn't have gotten added? Ha. Yeah, that's annoying. That should probably be in Haya build headers. Yeah, this should just be Haya build headers. that should have worked fine. Value other than strings, integer rules, whatever. Okay, well that's dumb. I guess we'll cheat for now and say hiya version const.h, and that should make it work. The problem is that this is a target object or something. Turned objects. I think it's target. No. Let's go to functions. Figure file. The input file name. Whatever. We'll just cheat for now. I don't give a shit. That's fine for the moment. Oh man. I freaking typoed it. Like, what is the problem? Oh. Okay, cool. Yay, we compiled. It doesn't do anything, but we got a so version, we got everything. That looks good. We even got a GIR file. Yep. Cool. Let's spin up the doc stuff real quick. Reference. Oh, we need to rename files. Move seagull.toml.in to hiya.toml.in. Alright. Hiya. A platform or cross-platform and DNS client library. That looks fine. There's so much weirdo boilerplate to this stuff. Just really just like snapshot, or not a snapshot, snippet this or something. That looks fine. I guess it was the other file? Yeah, it must be. Oh no, right here. Cool. Then we built the docks. Yep, high dock build. Seagull slash dot review board RC to dots. Okay. Yeah, that started happening. I don't know why, but it has. Change log, license, readme, we know those are all good. We're skipping the convey file for the moment. Mason star. Oh, Mason build. Sub projects. Wrap. Okay. All right. We're gonna stub out the test stuff real quick, and then this will be the initial version. Woo! And then we can actually start building part of this. But this is bootstrapping one of our libraries. Yay! Ugh. All right. We'll get to the doc stuff in a little bit. I'm not too worried about the CI stuff, getting that all set up yet. But I do want to get review board set up. Which actually, let's do that real quick. Well, we'll do that after this. Let's fix the test stuff. Tests cd copy minus copy dot slash seagull tests slash mason dot build to tests. We're just gonna start with that. We don't need anything else yet. This should work once we do this. We don't have a subdirectory there. And then Haya Mason build. Ninja Turtles. Oh, right, because we don't have a pot files file. That's what's complaining about, right? Oh, can I find Lingus file? Can I find pot files? Seal. Oh. Lingus, I believe, is empty. Yep, and pot files. Pot files isn't empty, but oh, we're missing statement. But okay. Cool. Cool. All right. Initial revision. This is just our basic library bootstrap with version macros. Version macros, docs, and empty tests. In other words, no actual code. Okay. HG phase minus P, HG clone dot to SSH clone slash HG at keep dot IM freedom dot org slash Haya slash Haya. Okay. The easiest way for this has been system control restart HG keeper. Okay, so now keep it on Haya. Cool. So there's a start, right? Cool, awesome. And then what we need to do is go back over here. HG RC paths default equals HTTPS. Alright, right, how it I do this in seal. Okay, I just did HTTPS, whatever, it's fine. Okay, right. So now I can't inadvertently push to that. That's fine. But what we'll do is we'll hg clone ssh // keep.imfreedom.org/haya to haya. Right. So that's now where I'll merge from. Right, because it's a clean directory. Everything's here. RBT status. We should see nothing. What did it say? Was not found on the reviewer server, displaying review requests for all repositories, right? Yep, that's fine. So what we need to do is we need to jump over here. I think this is stream safe, but we'll check it in a second. Okay. Add new repository. Name is keep.imfreedom.org haya custom repository. I really wish somebody would put would build what's it called? Source hut. Otherwise I'm gonna end up building it. SSH// username HG bug trapper type custom HTTPS. Oh come on. issues.imfreedom.org/issue/%s I think. Accessible to everyone. Yeah, it is. Oh, maybe it's not. I'm thinking of the build agents. The build agents do it this way. Okay. Yep. The issue. I want to look at the issue tracker, which should be. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that should be good. So we should be able to pull requests there now. What? Oh, do we? Crap. Okay, that's fine. Not a big deal. I just messed it up. I wasn't paying attention to. Oh, I didn't set up default reviewers either. Yeah. I didn't notice. Yep. Nobody else says keep.imfreedom.org in the name. We hit save here. Jump back over to here. Okay, cool. That's good. This should be fine, but just in case. Default reviewers. Pidgin. We need to add a repository. Oh, save. Okay. All right, that's all good to go. All right, so now we can actually pull request counts. We should probably do the doc stuff and all that crap, which we can do that real quick. It's not a big deal. We just need to do it. So we have. Oh, I'm in Seagull. I don't want to be in Seagull. I want to be in Haya. Alright, so we've got a file here. Alright. Come over here where we can multi-cursor. Although I don't think we need to. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, shit, I meant to do this. Okay, good. Before I committed, I wanted to grep for it, and I forgot. Okay, so that should do all of our highest stuff, all of our dock stuff, but we need to get the container build stuff too. Seagull containers. I say containers. Again, multi-cursor. The rest of that should be fine. But we need to go. We don't need SQLite anymore. We do need all the other stuff. Build our containers right quick. We did delete SQL, but yeah, okay. File save, that's all good. Mason build should be fine. Yep, that looks good. Come on, Trixie. And then we'll do the actual build under everything, and then we should be good. Come on, finish unpacking. We're getting there. Okay, almost done. Doing our cleanup. Alright, we're in Fedora, cool. So they run Debian, Trixie, AMD64. So we just created the build image. Now we're going to do this here and make sure that the build works. The build should be almost instantaneous. Cool, yep. Then we're going to run docs. The docs uses the Trixie image. Docker. Docker.com. Okay, cool. So docs are done. Fedora's almost done here. I'm not signed in. Lovely. Okay, sign in. Fedora's done. Just unlock this. What are you doing? Apparently I typed out my 1Password password and didn't notice it. Okay, now we actually have a Docker Hub repo. Seagull right now. We need to build Fedora 41 AMD 64. That all built fine. Sweet, sweet, sweet. We might YOLO push this, just so I can get everything up and running. I was like, oh, we'll just pull request it, but I still have to set up everything in Team City. So. Okay. Add our container build stuff. Sure. See, I can't accidentally do that. That's the point. That's why it's weird and fun. All right, so now we've got all of this fun stuff to do. Just like we did for Seagull not so long ago, we're going to do the same thing here. Actually, it wasn't Seagull. What was it? Oh, it's Zeem. Zeem. No, not Zeem was in here. Oh, it's Traversity. That's what it was. The stuff that's on the screen, maybe. All right, so anyways, we are going to, I guess I can't go to the project from here, so we're going to go here, edit configuration, go to the root project, create subproject named Haya, great, and we're going to add a VCS root right here, material keep.imfreedom.org/Haya/Haya. Sage/keep.imfreedom.org/Haya/Haya. You show Traversity to the people I argue with in the local Discord who think NAT is great. I mean, well, Traversity is far from working, and it doesn't actually do any NAT traversal yet, but. But we're getting there. Authorization. That's what I wanted. Test connection. This should be fine. Good. Create. All right. So in the root project, that's fine. That's all good. Then we want to go back to general settings. Create subproject. Builders. Create. We're gonna cheat and we're gonna grab. Do I need any of this? No, I can reopen all this. What is? Oh. I know everybody that keeps too many tabs open, just their heart skipped a beat as I just started deleting all those tabs. It's like, yeah, fuck it, I'll figure it out. If I need them later, it's fine. Don't need them. But the point of having to do that or stun, etc., because of NAT, yeah. I mean, NAT definitely, in the grand scheme of things, well, NAT definitely complicates and makes the lives of a lot of people harder. The fact that NAT exists and just by default ends up protecting people from weird security stuff because they're natted, I think that ultimately makes NAT a win. Regardless of how people feel about IPv4 versus IPv6 and that kind of stuff, right? And like, sure, okay, if your routers and stuff had firewalls and everywhere, sure, yeah, but like, just by default, just nothing can get to them. And I think overall it's done more good than harm, maybe. Although I've got a feeling Swills is just like holding it back right now, just like, Grim, you're wrong. Yeah, I mean, it's an opinion, right? I'm not gonna go die on that hill. I don't really care. I don't know. I don't really see a problem with not like I understand IPv6 should have taken over by now, blah blah blah. But like having both of them, I don't think it's a big deal. And I know that is an unpopular opinion, but that's okay. Hi, Mister. This is gonna be weekly. We're gonna put this on. I don't know. Fuck it, Tuesday. At what time is this one at? Yeah, exactly. It is what it is. Like there's pros and cons to it, and I mean, and it can go either way. Like I definitely understand why people don't want to deal with it because it is a real pain in the ass. Like not even gonna lie, it definitely can be. I think the bigger issue with it though is that there's so many different ways to traverse a NAT. IP4 for life. How's it going, Omnipots? Welcome. How you doing? Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if I told you. I decided I'm not gonna go to Nin. I wouldn't mind seeing Nin again, but like I'm kind of spent on it. Guess I'll look like a tentacle for a second. Well, we all know what Swills watches in his free time. Boop. There's the cat. I missed her. You're out too, and also terrible weeknights. Yeah, that too. So I can't hydrate, but I will hydrate once we get back from this ad that's starting right now because I have to pee too. So I will be back very momentarily, right after the ads, and then we can do the hydrate. Be right back. I beat the ad? Holy crap. Oh, it must have taken a minute before it started. All right, whatever. You enjoy disabling IPv6? Oh no. Actually, I have IPv6 working on my homeland and everything. It's fine. Not a big deal. I realized with all the Pidgin stuff, I just need to turn it on because I need to use it for testing. Because some people are going to be using IPv6. So, yeah. All right. So, for the hydrate. Not quite half, but close. Also, I'm getting heartburn. I'm not sure from what, because I didn't eat anything crazy today. Oh, Mr. Love Pickle, did you see the hydrate? I just realized I didn't check if the ad was done before I drank. Like, I can hydrate more if necessary. All right. Do we have trigger rules on this? Let me just... Weekly, Monday, 11, server time zone. No, there's no trigger rules, and branch filter looks normal. No. All right. Very good. I don't care about staying. I care about me staying hydrated. Okay. Fair enough. All right, it's back in builders here. Like, don't worry. I drink about a gallon of water a day. But if you want to use your channel points to make sure I'm drinking while on stream, that's fine. But these are 24 ounces, and I drink about 5 of them a day. Which should be 120 ounces. A gallon's 128 ounces, right? You got nothing? Well, if you guys got ideas, I'll add more stuff. But, I mean, don't forget, there's a Rubik's Cube stuff. Oh, look at that. We got a scrambled cube. Mm-hmm. Mister. But yeah, if you guys have ideas for channel points, by all means, please let me know. Most, like, I know a lot, so like a lot of streamers will have a lot more creative stuff because like they spend time thinking about it. All my free time goes to thinking about Pidgin. So like if you have ideas, please let me know. This is convey build image. Great. Actions. Attach a template. Dogger credentials Grim. Associate. Actions. Attach a template. Builder. Schedule. Associate. Version control settings. Attach to VCS root. Then there's one more thing I have to do here. We have to modify the build step here. Your free time is spent on trying to find a solution to ingest 27 million PDFs. Have its content extracted in Markdown for work? Ooh. I mean, if it's for work, why is it in your free time? I know the answer, but I'm still going to ask the question. Oh, there's one more tweak we have to make here, but this should be containers, right? Version control settings. Oh, no, that's fine. We do have to tweak. Oh, no, this is under triggers that we have to. Okay, yeah. So the VCS trigger. Well, let's do this first. So in the build step, we didn't do a custom thing, right? We just, yeah, we should just set the working directory to containers. But it looks like we changed this to. No, that should be fine. Okay, so yep, that just says containers. We're gonna hit save here. But then in the triggers, we are going to edit this with the trigger rules. Okay. Yeah, there's no. So Team City highlights things that have changed based off of your templates or whatever. So it makes it real easy to find, which is very nice. All right, so I think this one's good. We're going to go ahead and run that one. That should build fine. As that's going, we're going to do the Fedora one, which should be the same setup. We need to come back here. We're going to edit project. We're going to create a build configuration, Fedora 41 AMD 64. And get rid of the backtick that I accidentally typoed in there. Convey build image, create, actions, attach template, Docker Hub credentials, associate. Excuse me. It's funny. So I had a call for work today using Microsoft Teams, of course, because I cannot escape that. Like I muted my mic to clear my throat, and Teams is like, "If you want to talk, you have to unmute your mic," and I'm like, "You fucking stupid thing!" Like, come on, man. Don't be dumb. Don't be that dumb, anyways, right? All right, I think that's everything. Debian build. Debian still building. Where's Fedora? Was I too fast for it, or did I? Okay. I'm like, what the fuck? And then we get to set up all the builds on all the build agents. Your solution when you had to use Teams was to buy a USB mic with a mute button and hit that. Oh, that's not a bad idea. So my main problem is I literally cannot stand most headphones. All of my headphones are ear clips because I cannot stand the giant cups and everything else interfere. Oh, and then aside from that, everything else interferes with the hair too, right? But I also can't do earbuds because they just my ears just get super irritated by them. So like I have to use clips. But like the clips get, if I wear them too long too, they'll start rubbing against my glasses and then they'll start irritating me and shit like that. But like there's nothing that has, well, maybe I shouldn't say nothing, but there's not, I haven't seen any ear clip headphones that also have a mic. But otherwise, like I'm not going to carry like my Blue Yeti around with me, or even this guy. Although I suppose I could carry a Rock Band mic around with me. When I stream from the basement, my mic downstairs, my mic downstairs originally was, oh no, it was the kitchen where I was using the Rock Band mic. Actually, maybe I was using the Yeti down there. I have the Yeti set up down there now, but I might have had the Rock Band mic set up down there at some point too. Just on a little, stand. Rock Band USB mic. That works better than you'd imagine. You don't like the over-the-ear headphones yourself? I can't use small ones or stupid earbuds. But your whole ear has to be in, and they got to be soft as fuck. Yeah, so like I have. Oh no, there's the Yeti. So the Yeti's not downstairs. I have some ridiculously big open ear headphones, whatever, and they just fucking suck. Right? I don't know how people with glasses wear over-the-ear headphones because the entire time they just push my glasses into my head. And it drives me nuts. And it's just like I don't know how people do this normally. Like, are your ears like stiffer than mine? Because it's just like so like I get the glasses pressed into my head plus my ear pressed into it, and then even with the open ear headphones, my ears get too warm, and it's it's dumb. You only use Sony ones, they rule. But I go for the audio engineering level shit. That's fair. Yeah, the ones I have are some like super high end brand. They were like $400. I didn't buy them. When I was doing stuff for Warp World, they for Christmas they gave everybody the same headphones, and they're like $400 headphones. Well, okay, I guess I have big ass fucking ears then. I'm not gonna grab the headphones. I could look. They're behind the green screen in a shelf that I have to bury stuff to get out, or unbury stuff to get out. But they're nice headphones. They don't fit my ears right. They're too small. But even then, right? Like the cups would still hit my glasses, and then like they press on my glasses, and then my glasses are messed up then and moved and blah blah blah. A good Sony can be 100, but if I was a gift that's decent, yeah. It's they're nice headphones. I can't fucking use them because my ears are weird and shit, right? Like, what are you gonna do? Oh, okay, both finished. Yay. All right, now we get to do all the other stuff for Haya. It's like I really wanted to use them, and I used them for a bit. And I'll just, kind of Just kind of part the mohawk with them. And it'll work, but it's just, you know, whatever. They're builders. Great sub project. Hiya. Create. Alright, we're going to start with the simple builders because those are just easier to start with. So we're under Hiya now. Hiya. Great build configuration. We're going to do Desbian. Let's just start with Raspberry Pi. Or what did I start here? With glasses, though, I get you. These Sony are the only ones I like, but still get to you after a while. Yeah, like I don't know how people sit like a whole day at work and like sometimes you skip lunch and they're just headphones all day. I'm like an hour. I'm like, oh my god, I have to get rid of these things. Unless I use the clip-ons, and even then the clip-ons, after a while, they'll start getting to me too. And you're just like, what do you do? Oh, actually, maybe this is easier. Convey. Okay, well, let's start with that one. Debian Trixie AMD 64. Debian Trixie AMD 64. Based on template, convey. Build with artifacts. Debian Trixie AMD 64. Great. Oh, right, yeah. And then we should just be able to add the VCS root. And we should be done. I think. I have so much in that convey template, obviously. Because it's just like, oh, yep, that's it. Build configurations, we'll add the Fedora one. Fedora 41, AMD 64. They build with artifacts, target, Fedora 41, AMD 64. IEMs? What are IEMs? How's it going, Rich? Welcome. Are those headphones or something? And it's not so much the weight. It's just the plastic rubbing against my skin. That drives me nuts. But, I don't know. But yeah, what is IEMs? Or what singers use for monitoring when they're on stage? No, I've not tried that because I cannot stand monitors. I don't know how people do them. Like, I understand, like, they like them and stuff, but oh man. Like, I cannot do a monitor while I'm talking. It's just real bad. It doesn't work right. Okay, cool. So Debian worked. That's fine. Let's do the docs one real quick. Docs gets a little funky, but it shouldn't be too bad. This just runs convey. Let's look at this. Oh, in-ear monitoring system or something. Gotcha. Yeah, I probably can't because I can't even do earbuds. Earbuds just annoy the crap out of me in like 30 minutes. I'm just like, I have to get these things out. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I've tried the like flexible whatever stuff. The hard iPod ear whatever thing, not the AirPods, but the the old school hard whatever, the rubber things around them. Just they all suck. A couple of years ago, you found out you're autistic, and a few months ago, you got your diagnostic. Headphones used to drive your sensory issues through the roof, but being able to block out that sounds trumps every other annoyance. Nice. Yeah, ear cartilage are definitely sensitive things. That's I think we can all agree with that. Build configuration, name, docs. Docs. Great. Version control settings. Oh, I should have. All right, I got to go back to the main one. I forgot to add the artifacts. Save. I don't think. Yeah, there shouldn't be any overrides or anything. That should do that. Let's go ahead and hit run there. All right, and that should get us through the main container builds. And then we just got the simple builds for Trixie Risk 64, which is, oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, on Risk 64 we do turtles, no docks. Okay. That's finished already? Oh yeah, look at that. Sweet. Cool. Oh, awesome. I didn't know it would look inside a zip file. That's sweet. Cool. All right, so hold on. Before we finish that, let's do this. Give me another tab. So we can go to projects. I am freedom. Docs. Edit. Triggers. Add trigger. Finish build trigger. On Haya docs. Successful build only. Branch filter, I think, is fine. Save. That looks fine. Where the fuck is Haya? Oh, it's gonna be at the bottom. Wait for successful build in that. Branch filter, okay, looks fine. Then we need to go to dependencies. Add new artifact dependency. Copy that. Okay, fine, whatever. Copy that. Add new artifact dependency on Haya docs. Artifact rules. Haya docs. Clean destination path before that. Hit save. Alright. Run that guy. This is Team City. This is their CI tool, their continuous integration. Bedware ears are godsend, and they're wired, but with a wireless belt pack, and so light you forget you're wearing them. You've even gone to sit in the living room to watch a movie with the missus wearing them and wonder why you can't hear the film. Nice. Yeah, my mom was just saying that she bought some new Bluetooth headphones or whatever that have noise cancellation. And she was like, my stepdad was talking to her and she had no idea. She's like, oh, I guess they work. The noise cancellation works. Yeah, Team City's been around a long time. It's okay. It's nice. It's still more work than it should be. Like, I still need to finish Convey and get it working, but it has templates built into it, which lets us save a lot of time in configuration. So hold on. Let's see. Did this finish building? Okay, so this is successful. Yep. All right. So now we should have docs.imfree.org/Haya. Sweet. Cool. Yep. So like here, as we start building out the, I can give you a better idea what some of this stuff looks like in a second here. So, let's go edit configuration here. Although we don't want this one, we want to go here. Right. So I've got, like I said, I've got everything templated out. Which what the templates do is they let you fill out all the stuff for this. Right. So we're gonna create a build configuration. This is gonna be called Debian Trixie Risk V64. We're going to attach a template that I created called Ninja Turtles No Docs. Regular build type, whatever, that's fine, right? We're going to hit create. So what that did is you can see it's got a trigger built into it, which is just a VCS trigger, whatever, it's fine. But the build step here, it added a build step. This is what the template did. So it filled out the build script content, right? So the thing we have with Pidgin and all of our sub libraries and stuff is we have a lot of stuff that's very similar, but we still need to test it on a bunch of platforms and stuff like that. So like one of the reasons why like traditional version control stuff is difficult for us to use is we're building on more platforms than they expect you to, right? Like most commercial software that's using these tools, they build for Windows and maybe Mac. And if they build for Mac, then maybe Linux, right? So they've got like 3 platforms. Whereas we're targeting everything that our users use because it is way easier for us to go through this minimal pain up front than it is to try to walk every single user that's having a problem through the problem steps, right? So we front load all this work on us so that the users don't see it, because supporting users through like manually compiling and building and figuring out build failures is a nightmare, right? It's not that the users are a problem, it's that they just don't know what to look for and they don't know, right? It's if you've done it, you understand. I don't mean to be derogatory by any means. It's a pain, right? But then anyways, so your version control settings, you have to give it a repository, but you can reuse these as well. So that's there. There's one more thing we have to do here. So I have another template here. And so this is for the Risk V64 build, right? So I have another template here called the Risk V64 build. No, Debian Trixie Risk V64 agent. And what this guy does is that's going to update the agent requirements here. And then in the agent requirements, says system distro name needs to be Debian Trixie RISC-64 agent. The distro version needs to be or whatever. It needs to be Debian, needs to be 13, and the jvm.os.arch has to be RISC-V64, right? So I get these name templates I can just use rather than having to reconfigure all this again and again and again and again and again. So yeah. Occasional Linux, I'd say more Linux than Mac. Yeah, I don't know, right? I just picked a way to go. I think nowadays it's probably a fair assessment, whereas 10 years ago it would have been the other way. But I don't know. Everyone's all happy for their M series Macs too. So I don't know. We'll see. All right. So now this will build on the Risk V agent. That's cool. We're gonna go back here. So we also have a bunch of other agents for other platforms. Again, like I said, it's easier for us to walk through it, to see it immediately and deal with it rather than having users do it. So we have FreeBSD 14.1, OpenBSD 7.6, and Raspbian Trixie right now, or Raspi OS, whatever you call it. And we're supposed to have Mac in here too. I don't have the Mac build agents actually running right now, and there should be Windows as well. But again, this is just gonna be the same setup. These ones are just gonna do Ninja Turtles. The reason we don't do the docs on Risk V is we don't gain anything by building the docs on it. And the doc tests for Pidgin on Risk V take too long and it times out and causes a failure. Just because the Risk V is not the IO is not great on it. And also I had to downgrade that machine from an NVMe to an SD card because for whatever reason the NVMe stopped responding. And I bought a new one, but I was just like, whatever, just use the SD card for now. But yeah, so again, we're gonna set these ones up the same way. It's easy peasy. There's nothing to it. Technically, this is a lie because this isn't FreeBSD 14.1 anymore. It's FreeBSD 14.2, but that's okay. That's okay, whatever. FreeBSD. Is that how I've been writing it? No. I was like, that doesn't look right. FreeBSD 14.1 AMD 64. Again, so this is going to be Ninja Turtles. Yep, that's fine. We're going to hit create. We're going to attach our other template to limit it to the right build agent. So you'll see there's FreeBSD 14.1, AMD, I should say AMD 64 agent, but that's fine. Then we add our version control settings, attach VCS root. Like, this is still a bit of work, but this isn't nearly as bad as configuring everything every time. Yeah, we have OpenBSD as well. Or did I select OpenBSD? Yeah, okay, that's fine. But yeah, so now we're going to go back. We're going to add the OpenBSD one as well. Right, build configuration. OpenBSD 7.2, AMD 64. We're going to add... Oh, 7.6 rather. That's fine. This is Ninja Turtles. 7.6, right? Yep, 7.6. Okay, create. Attach template to add the build agent. OpenBSD. Again, that's going to update our agent requirements for us. And then we are going to add the VCS root. And then we can hit run. Okay. Now we'll go back in here. So we're going to add Raspi OS. Oh, right. I'm not actually getting to copy it in time. That's a problem. But this is all going to be the same setup. Yeah, I meant to do FreeBSD before I did OpenBSD. Did I say OpenBSD? Because I meant to, whatever, I was trying to do FreeBSD. And it looks like I did everything for FreeBSD there. This is Ninja Turtles. Create. Attach. Patch template. And there's a Raspberry Pi agent. Associate. Version control settings. VCS root. And yes, all these build agents are currently running in my basement. The BSDs are VMs. Everything else is physical. Then Raspberry Pi and RISC-V are physical. And then everything else runs on a physical host that runs the containers from Convey. But all right, cool. So everything built properly. Yay! Again, I got to get the Windows build agent. I think it's fine. I've got to do some cleanup there, on the agent stuff. And the Mac agent is there. It's running, but it's not in here right. I don't remember where I left off. I just got to go pick it up and take care of it. But all right, cool. There's yep. There's all our build infrastructure for it. Yay! And then obviously adding Mac and Windows when we're ready for it. But we're not ready for it, so who cares right now? But yeah. And there's other Linux builds we should add at some point too. Those will also be in containers. But like we like to build against Alpine because it uses a different C library, so that helps us find weird bugs too. And then we also try to do OpenSUSE Tumbleweed, just because that's a different enough distro that it makes sense to do it. And maybe at some point we'll add some of the other BSDs. I don't know. At some point we're gonna add Haiku OS as well. We can't do that right now because there's no JVM for Haiku OS. And TeamCity requires Java. There is a Go target for it though, so whenever I get Convey CI running, we can just go to that. The reason we need to add Haiku is that we have a downstream that uses libpurple on Haiku for their chat app. So, excuse me. So yeah, it'd be nice if we were, not breaking them. All right, ad's about to start. FYI. So yeah, the support god. I don't know about that. It's just like I said. The thing is, it's easier for us to grab stuff as it happens, or to see it in our build systems and stuff, and to have direct access to it, than it is to try to walk somebody who may not be technical through everything. It's a lot of upfront work, but again, if you have to help 10 people try to fix a compile error across multiple different Linux distros, yeah, it's so much. Like we had somebody in the Pidgin IRC channel the other day, trying to compile Pidgin 2.14.14 on Alma Linux 8 or Alma Linux 9, and I'm just like, you have Flatpak installed, just install the Flatpak. I'm like, for whatever reason, like their package config wasn't working. And like they had glib devil installed, but it just like just use the Flatpak. Right? Like the amount of time we're gonna put into getting you compiled, and then when we do the next release, you're gonna be back with all the same problems. And it's just, no, let's not do this. That said, we should probably do an Alma build and go from there. There's no reason we can't do an Alma build. Except for we'd have to do it, but maybe, we'll see. But yeah, again, it's just use the Flatpak. There's a Flatpak for Pidgin 2. It's there. It's easy. It works. It's fine. So, all right. So we are ready to actually start writing some stuff here. Yay! Also, I'm not anticipating any pull requests getting reviewed today. QLogic's on vacation. I don't know when he's getting back. Ivanhoe must have been busy today doing other stuff. It's fine. Again, all volunteer work. No shade. No nothing, right? But obviously, I'm trying to avoid complicating any more of this than I have. But yeah. Although there's not much that's changed in Pidgin right now, but lots of building blocks, lots of whatever, it's fine. So, in the meantime, we are going to come back to here. So the rough idea for Haya right now is that we have two main objects we need to create, or classes. One of them is the client. We're obviously going to start. Actually, no, there's three. Sorry. There's the client, and then there's Haya.backend, and then there's Haya.txt. Maybe we'll do txt first, because txt we can build a unit test for rather quickly, and it's a nice little building block thing. Yeah. So the way a lot of the MDNS stuff works is you create a TXT record and everything. Can I do this without? Well, let's see. How did I do this again the other day? Let's do. Wait, do I just say type? Yeah, I do. Okay, good, cool. Wait, no, this. Why can't I? So there's another tool for this, and I keep forgetting what it is. Avahi. It was that was just browse. Oh, is it discover? I think it's discover. Yeah, it's discover. Okay, can I filter this? I don't think I can. That's why I put the privacy screen up. Like the problem is this shows too much information about what's going on in my LAN, right? So here, let's just copy this. So I have two I have two Bonjour accounts running in my Pidgin 2 instance right now. And I'm just grabbing other records that Avahi Discover here shows, so we can look at them and go from there. And then I can close this without leaking everything else about my fucking network. Like you get my local IP. Oh no. Who cares? Missed the transition button somehow. Okay, cool. So, there's too much open. Okay, so you can see my host name is Spectre, and then because it had a collision, it pulled Spectre 2, right? But the domain name's .local. This is regular MDNS stuff, right? And then it's just, you know, what interface it was on. So in this case, my network interface is EMP4S0, and this is on IPv6. It also broadcasts on IPv4, but I don't know why it put an address. If this is the IPv6 interface, I don't know why I gave an IPv4 address. And this one's gave an IPv6, but whatever, that's a problem for a different day. Actually, maybe never, because it doesn't matter. But so we get these TXT records in part of here too. So what happens is, if you're familiar with regular DNS TXT records, right? So if we do like dig plus short minus t txt pidgin.im, you'll see our SFP record, right? I'm trying to think. Does Google have more? So, okay, good. Right, so you can have multiple TXT records here. And MDNS, you know, it's a DNS. So it's supposed to look and work similar, right? So what ends up happening is with MDNS being local, you have to also publish a bunch of TXT records to describe more about your service, right? So you'll see this is very simple. Key equals value pair for each line of the TXT records. So like Pidgin.im, we only have one TXT record, but here Google has a shit ton more for all of their stuff, right? So MDNS works a similar way. So each one of these TXTs is a TXT record. So rather than having somebody have to manage all this and blah, 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 we're going to create a TXT object where they can set values, get values, and remove values. And that's going to be one of the first parts because as you can see, some of the things we have to put in here, you have to say what the TXT version is of the link local messaging. And then this is the first name, I guess, and that's the last name. I don't know why the fuck we put triple commas in there. That's just been the way this has always been, and it's weird and it's broken, and whatever, right? Then port peer-to-peer. Oh, I thought it was okay. I got the naming wrong. Whatever in the doc, it's fine. But then this is the port that you're supposed to connect to, right? So peer-to-peer port join. Oh, maybe it's Jabber. It might be port-to-port Jabber. Because at the time the spec was written, the XMPP protocol was still called Jabber. So whatever, right? And then your status is here. Rather than doing the presence in the XMPP stuff, because that would have to require a connection to everybody, blah, blah, blah. Instead, you get your status from a TXT record. So avail means you're available and online, whatever, right? The node, I guess, is the implementation or something. I don't know. And then version. These are things we're going to have to worry about at some point. Why is this one so much different? Why do we have VC and push? I don't know what I don't know what that is, but okay. VC is the V card. What does V card even stand for? Does anybody know? V card meaning? Virtual contact file. Okay. Oh, it's a virtual card, like a business card. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I should have kept reading. It's electronic business card format used to store and share contact information. 20 plus years in chat and talking about V cards, and I never realized that. Whatever, it's fine. Right. And then I don't know what this is, but we can look it up in the spec, whatever. But anyway, so the TXT object that we're gonna build real quick is to create these records and make them queryable. And it's something we need to make stuff work. So yeah, it'll be easy. Easy. So, we are gonna go back to one tab. We're gonna hit new. Version.h. Sure, this should be a good start. Oh, crap. Let's check the other header files. What did I miss? Is that the only one I missed? Yeah, looks like it. All right, we'll leave that for now. I'll have to remember to fix that when we bump the version to 0.2. That's okay. But yeah, so we're going to try to speed run this library because, like I said, my goal is to get link local messaging working for experimental 2, which is days until March 31st. Okay, I guess 20 days. 20 days away to get this working, get Zeem working, and make the protocol plugin work. I'm still optimistic, but we'll see. And still get other stuff done, but it's all right. Oh, great. Thanks. All right, yeah. So we're just gonna copy this, hit new, blink, fix this to say 2025, and this is gonna be Haya txt.h. We're gonna get, this is gonna be that. This goes away. Where's the G begin decal? There we go. This goes away. Okay. We're gonna need to include glib object.h. I have version becomes txt, and that should be that. Okay. Mason.build. txt.h. Okay. Then we need to say hash define type txt txt get type txt data store for txt records. Sure. Since colon 0.1. I think we want to use available type here. Or is it type available? Available type in. Okay, there we go. G declare final type. txt. 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 G object. Yep. Okay, so that'll get us started here. Yeah. We don't have to get super involved in the docs or anything. We're just trying to keep DocGen happy and stuff like that. So copy this, do this, come here, make sure we're tab. Yep, good. Hiya developers, get rid of this, include Hiya txt. Struct underscore Haya txt G object parent. We're gonna skip everything else for now. That's fine. Haya txt.c. We don't have to worry about any of that yet. That's fine. I want to say G object implementation. G define final type. Haya txt. Haya txt. And then G type object. Static void Haya txt init. G gonna see unused Haya txt star txt. Static void Haya txt class init. G gonna see unused Haya txt class star class. Alright. Not much there, but that's okay. Again, we're just trying to get to a compiled build, or we're trying to get compilable. Why did we fail? Undefined reference to Haya txt get type. Okay, so that is most likely because I used available type and not available in. And yes, that looks like that was the case. All right, cool. So it builds, right? We have a rudimentary object. It doesn't actually do anything, but that's okay. So we're gonna say Haya txt new. It's a new txt object. Returns transfer full the new instance. Since 0.1 available in 0.1. Haya txt star Haya txt new void blah. So we're doing this so we can start the unit test. Is what it comes down to. Like, yeah, this is here. It works, but we actually have to build it and make that part work. Public API. We're also going to try to not use burb here, but we'll see. It's just return G object new Haya type txt. No, what am I doing? I can do this in one line. I'm thinking we're going to have parameters, but we don't. Right? So now we have a new method. Sweet. Should build fine. Cool. So now at this point, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna save these. I'll randomize these a bit. Like link local doesn't matter. Or maybe these are okay. I don't know. It's all on stream. Who gives a shit, right? We're gonna have serialization tests, stuff like that. So obviously, like we don't care about that. We need to see. Well, we don't even need to serialize to this format. Yeah, I'm imagining we're gonna go from this. Yeah, that's probably the format we're gonna use. Yeah, because everything here should be a TXT record. Okay, yep. Actually, we'll probably go this route. Right? Get rid of the spaces. Or we'll just strip the spaces. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. So anyways, let's give me Haya txt.c. Sure. Boom. Haya.h. Int. Nope. Int. Main. Int. argc. Car star argv. G test init. argc. argv. Turn G test run. Great. I just saved this as untitled.c. Lovely. Thanks. I don't even know where it went. probably here. Yeah. Move untitled.c to test/test.txt.c. Test Mason to build programs, then becomes txt. Okay. We should, in theory, be able to say Mason test -v txt now. Cool. Yep. And that test passed. Oh, not enough. Oh, right. We have to put a null at the end of that, I think. No, there's another part to that. Okay, we want a null. Oh, we didn't make these non-fatal assertions. Test db. This should have not. We didn't do any of these as non-fatal. All right, well, whatever. Maybe we don't want them as non-fatal. All right, now we should build without any warnings. Yep. All right, cool. So we normally start this with a simple test of gtest add func /hia/txt/new test hia txt new. Void test hia text new void hia txt star txt equals null txt equals hia txt underscore new g assert true hia is txt g assert finalize object txt. All right, I know this unit test looks completely irrelevant, but this is doing a lot of things. This is making sure our G object can be constructed. It's making sure that our new function does return an instance of that type, and then it's making sure that it gets destroys correctly and everything. But what the other part is, we can then wrap it with valgrind, or run the unit test with, or wrap the unit test with valgrind, and we can then check that we're not leaking any memory. We haven't added any memory or anything yet, but this is all to make all of this possible, right? Like, we get a whole bunch of testing out of just this test alone in making sure the object gets created correctly, and any memory it allocates, it does deallocate when it gets removed and stuff like that. So I know it looks silly because you're just like, what? But it does a lot in the background. It's making sure everything's stood up right and everything's doing the right thing. And that's very important. So, all right. So what we really need to do now is we are going to store everything. Actually, that is a question I do not know. I didn't think of this yet. I don't know if the TXT records allow you to have duplicates. MDNSSD. RFC, I don't remember the RFC. It's something 22 or whatever, ending in 2. Okay. No, I need service discovery, so I want to say 63. Record format rules for keys, maybe. The key must be at least one character. DNSSD record strings beginning with an equal character, i.e. the key is missing, must be silently ignored. The key should be no more than 9 characters long. This is because it is beneficial to keep the packet sizes small for the sake of the network. Blah, blah. The keys and key value pairs can be as short as a single character. Key name needs only be unique and unambiguous within the context of the service type for which it is defined. The key name is intended solely to be a machine readable identifier, not a human readable essay giving detailed discussion of the purpose of the parameter with a URL for a web page that's giving yet more details. It can be valuable to use the key names that are mnemonic textual names, but excessively verbose keys are wasteful and inefficient. That's a recommendation to keep them 9 characters fewer. The characters of key must be printable ASCII. Spaces in the key are significant, whether leading, trailing, or in the middle. So don't include any spaces unless you really intend that. Case is ignored when interpreting a key. So paper size A4, paper size A4, and paper size A4 are all identical. There's no equal sign in DNS TXT record string. Then it is a Boolean attribute, simply identified as being present with no value. Okay. A given key should not appear more than once in a TXT record. Great. That's what I needed to see. Right. This means I can back it with a hash table because then we won't have collisions, right? So sweet. The reason for this is simplifying role is to facilitate the creation of client libraries that parse a TXT record into an internal data structure, such as a hash table or a dictionary object that maps from keys to values, and then makes that abstraction available to the client code. The rule that a given key may not appear more than once simplifies these abstractions because they aren't required to support the case of returning more than one value. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I needed to see. Thank you, RFC 6763. Right. So anyway, so we're gonna say txt records equals g hash table new full g stir hash g stir equal g free, and then these are going to be text records, so also g free. That's not going to fit, right? No. Right, so then we're going to say g hash table star records. Right. So again, we were talking about before about, the unit test looks useless, but now look what happens when we run the unit test. We definitely lost 96 bytes, right? Because I mallocked these in text init. I called g hash table new full. I never got rid of it, right? So now we have the unit test. It's actually telling us this stuff. So let's go do our cleanup. So we're going to say g object class, our object class equals g object class. We're going to cast the class back into a g object class. And then we're going to say object class finalize equals Haya txt finalize. I mean, it's kind of test-driven development. We're not doing red-green. But, like, the thing is, when we're building libraries like this, oh, yeah, this shit is amazing. It helps out so much more. So one of the new things we've been trying to do is we've been trying to keep things alphabetized so that they're easy to find by users. Like, you can still have your editor do it, whatever. But in these cases, the initialization for the instance and the class, these still float to the bottom or sync to the bottom. So everything else is still going to go before it. But yeah, having the test here makes everything so much easier. It helps me find bugs before I'm way deep into the object and I wrote something hours ago and now I'm trying to debug it because I wasn't paying attention, right? Having the test alleviates all of that. G object class, Haya txt parent class, finalize. This is how you chain up methods in G object. And then we're going to do G clear pointer, txt records, G hash table, unref. What this does is if this pointer is not null, it's going to call this function with this as an argument. And then it's going to null out this pointer. It's a little overdone, but it's okay, right? Your finalized methods don't get called multiple times, but like, say you had a bunch of stuff in here, and you had a bunch of stuff here, whatever, blah 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 blah, and then you had this again. This will essentially no-op, rather than getting a double free or a potential crash, right? So having that is very cool. But now we can run with Valgrind. Hey, now we lost no bytes, right? So most of the time I won't run with Valgrind because it takes a little bit longer to go. But we'll build a bunch of stuff in the unit test, stuff like that, and then we'll run Valgrind when we think we're close to being ready for it or being done with it. And then we'll start looking for memory leak stuff like that. Because a lot of the time, like, oh, okay, I didn't free something yet because I'm still trying to figure out the right way to design it and implement it and blah, 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 right? So, like, I didn't necessarily clean it up yet. I didn't necessarily clean up the memory yet because I was still trying to figure out the way to do it. That said, this is pretty straightforward. This is going to be a real straightforward object, except for the the pars and the serialized methods, but it won't be too bad. All right, so that's the basics of getting started here. So then we were going to do. So we got to do get boolean, get integer, get text, remove, toString, set boolean, set integer, and set text. And apparently I missed opening backticks on these. Let's fix that real quick. But yeah, it's funny how much, like, just sitting down and, like, even putting a high-level doc like this together with some rough API, it for me personally, it helps me understand more of what I'm building, and it makes it so much easier to go into it confidently. Or maybe not even that, maybe confidently is not even the right word, but it gives me a direction rather than just like, well, how do I want to do this, right? Like if I do this before I write the code, I feel like I can write better code because I'm not trying to figure it out as I'm writing code. But, you know, do what works for you. That's what it comes down to. We're going to start with, actually, let's start with the toString. I know that sounds weird, but we can start building the unit test that right away. And then we can start doing the setters, and then we can validate the setters with the toString right away. But maybe we'll do, let's do toString last. Because otherwise we're going to try to do too much in here, and that's fine. We want to use toString to like handle weird corner cases, stuff like that, and like so will pars. But like using set, get, and then remove. We just remove the name. We don't care what the data type is because the names have to be unique. So when you remove it, you just remove it and you're done. But yeah. So anyways, it doesn't really matter which way we start implementing these. We can even start with remove. I don't care. But we're gonna make that a boolean. txt remove. txt const car star name. Actually, what did they call them in the RFC? Do they call them keys? They do call them keys. We're gonna call them keys rather than name. Again, we want to try to keep stuff as close to the RFC as possible because anybody who's then familiar with the RFC or another implementation that has followed the RFC, that stuff will make sense, right? It'll be similar, and then you're just down to like the weird language differences. That's more than I meant to copy. The key to remove. Attempts to remove a key from remove a key. Or we'll say it removes a key. Returns true if the key was found and removed. Send 0.1. Available 0.1. G boolean remove. Right, easy peasy. We don't really have a use case to be like, hey, did that get removed right now? But it's basically free for us to add the boolean in here. You'll see in a second. So there's no reason why we shouldn't do it, right? So G return val if fail. Is txt false. G return val if fail. Key is not equal to null false. We're just gonna say you can't have null. If you have an empty one, we're just, yeah, if you're requesting it, this is different than us parsing it. So, like, you shouldn't be requesting an empty because per the spec, it shouldn't be there. So, all right, so where's my dev help? Probably on 7, actually. Nope, 6. What the hell is dev help? Go to 8, dev help. Okay, it's not open, that's why I can't find it. So G hash table remove is what we want to use here. Oh, we do have to normalize the strings though. And it is only supposed to allow. We're not going to do a whole lot of validation here. We probably should, but that's something we can do at a later date if and when it becomes a problem. But you know, we should be okay. But so G hash table remove. You just pass in the key, and then it tells you if it removed it or not, right? So if the key was found and removed, true if the key was found and removed, right? So all we have to do is say return G hash table remove txt records, comma, key. We should definitely do that way. I don't think there's a G-stir hash. Implements a DJB hash apparently posted by Daniel Bernstein to compensate whatever. Oh, that's potentially a problem. But what we need to do anyways, okay. Looking for other hash values. Because what we want to do is in the hash and the equal function, we want to normalize them. Or just not care about it, right? Or maybe we should just normalize it before we store. That'll make things easier. Oh, but then we still have to do it each time we look it up. This is the problem. These string hashes for it's different. I thought there was like a case hash or something. Double hash, direct hash, due datetime hash, file hash. No, okay. Right, so we need to change this up a little bit, but that's okay. But what we will do, helpers, static, what do these return? GUint. Really? Oh, yeah. Yeah, should be fine. Hiya txt stir hash. This takes not gstring. Stir hash. Gconst pointer v. So we're gonna say car star lower equals there's like something lower. G no is lower. No G unicar. G ASCII 2 lower. That's a single character. What the hell is this called? There's GUTF-8, or there's G stir down. G ASCII stir down. Okay, cool. -1 for null terminate. Okay, yep. So this returns a new string. That's fine. So this is going to get a little shitty with extra allocations, but it's a chat app, right? We're not trying to do 1,000,000 operations per second. It's okay. So we should be able to say lower equals G ASCII stir down V -1, and then need to have GUint result equals 0. Return result. Just a little bit different. No. Lower equals that. Result equals G stir hash lower G free lower. Right? It's a little obnoxious, but it's okay. So this becomes hiya txt stir hash. Then we're gonna have the same thing. Hiya txt stir equal. G stir equal. Gconst pointer v1. g const pointer v2, and this is a boolean. Yep. Lower 1, lower 2, lower 1, v1, lower 2, v2, equal lower 1, lower 2, lower 1, lower 2. All right, we don't have any actually test for this yet because we don't have a way to put anything in here. But now our hash table looks okay. Let's make sure wrapper, grind, wrapper. Okay, yep, no leaks, still good. Right, okay. So remove should work, right? This will handle collisions, or this will case fold everything for us as part of it. That's fine. That's exactly what we want. Again, like I said, it's a little bit more allocations. And in theory, we could fix that by normalizing as we're going in. But this way we can, we'll output whatever the hell you give us. Like however we read it or however you gave it to us the first time or the last time, if you update it multiple times, that's the case. It'll have the casing that you gave us. So, all right. Let's start with, did I say we were going to make these Boolean or something? I don't think so. I think the setters and stuff. I didn't put return types on them. But they should just be void and stuff. Let's fix that real quick. I quickly wrote this when I realized, oh, hey, I need to do this. So I spent like 5 minutes writing it. Oh, so I got it on set text, but not the other ones. All right. So, what's first? Boolean. Void hiya txt set boolean. Hiya txt star txt comma const char star key g boolean value. Maybe that'll be a serialization option. Or maybe we should just not do. So the spec says a key with no value is treated as a boolean, a true boolean, a boolean that with a value of true. And yeah, I'm not sure how it does the other ones. Actually, hold on, we have to look at that. I just assumed it has booleans and stuff. I don't know what it calls for. Rules for values. If there's an equal in a DNSSD TXT record string, then everything after the first equal to the end of the string is a value. The value can only contain any 8-bit values, including equal. The value must not be enclosed in additional. No, not initializing to true. Because this is a TXT record, if you put a key in with no value, the fact that it exists makes it a boolean that's true. Right? The omission of the key would mean that it's false. But since you put just the key in and no value, then it gets treated as true. Right? Because at that point, you're treating the existence of the key as the Boolean value rather than setting an explicit value. Yeah, so like it's not a like a non-zero initializer. Then everything after the first equals to the end of the string is the value. The value can contain any 8-bit values, including equals. The value must not be enclosed in additional quotation marks or any similar punctuation or quotation marks, or leading or trailing spaces as part of the value. The value is an opaque binary data. Often the value for a particular attribute will be US ASCII or UTF-8 text, but it is legal for the value to be any binary data. That might be a problem for us, but we'll see how that goes. The reason being, if we're reading stuff in as text, and then we get invalid UTF-8, because glib wants everything in UTF-8, so that might get weird. We'll have to see how it goes. We'll have to write unit tests for it, right? Generic debugging tools should generally display all attribute values as a hex dump with the accompanying text alongside displaying the UTF-8 interpretation of those bytes. Except for the attributes where the debugging tools embedded knowledge that the value of some other kind of data. Authors defining DNSSD profiles should not generically convert binary attribute data types into portable text using hexadecimal representations or Unix encoding merely for the sake of making the data appear to be printable text. When seeing the generic debugging tool, doing this simply bloats the size of the TXT record without actually making the data anyway. Okay, so example TXT record, right? So the TXT record below contains 3 syntactically valid key value strings. The meaning of these key value pairs, depending would depend on the. So wait, why'd they do tab? Wait, what? I'm very confused. Oh, never mind. Okay, so this is the value. So they have a tab, and then a key equals value, and then a bell, and then paper equals A4, and then I don't know what 7 is. 7's not bell, is it? 7 is bell. 8 is backspace. Okay, whatever. So they're just trying to show that it can be anything here, which is fine, not a big deal. Okay. It's recommended that the authors defining include an attribute in the form of TXT version X, where X is a decimal version number in US ASCII text, e.g. TXT version equals 1 or version equals 8. In their definition, are required to be the first key value pair in the TXT record. This information in the TXT record can be useful to help clients maintain backwards compatibility with older implementations if it becomes necessary to change or update the specifications over time. Even if the profile author doesn't anticipate the need for any future incompatible changes, having a version number of the TXT record provides useful insurance should incompatible changes become unavoidable. Clients should ignore TXT records with a TXT version number higher or lower than the version they know how to interpret. Yep. Okay. Every DNSSD server instance has exactly one TXT record. However, it is possible for a particular protocol's DNSSD advertised specification to state that it allows multiple TXT records. In this case, each TXT record describes a different variant of the same logical service, offered by using the same underlying protocol and the same port, described as the same SRV record. Okay, hold on. This might become a problem. How's it going, Wrapped? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Having multiple TXT records to describe a single service instance is very rare, and to date, of the many hundreds of registered DNSSD service types, only one makes use of the capability, namely LPR printing. This capability is used when a printer conceptually supports multiple logical queue names, where each different logical queue name implements a different page description language, such as 80-column monospace plain text, blah, 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 blah. All right, so we're not super worried about this, but even then, we'll see how to handle that. It's not something I'm going to worry about right now. The version tag is interesting, though. What that says to me is that since we're using a hash table to back this, we need to keep track of the order, or we need to special case TXT. And I think special casing it is probably okay. Yeah, I'm not super duper worried about that. That should be fine. I was thinking we could do the whole order dig thing, but no, just we check if we have. All right, we're gonna have to add a exist or something. Or no, we should be fine. If we do a get and it comes back non-null for TXT verse, then we put that out in in the serialize, we put that at the top, and then we just ignore it. The other part of this is we have to figure out how we're going to handle. Oh shit, we're going to need some way to iterate this. Oh. Huh. So the backends, they all have different APIs on how you build TXT records, stuff like that. I think we're going to keep going this way. and this will just get us something to get started with, and then we're gonna have to adjust that as we go, which is okay. Right? That's why we have unit tests. Unit tests will help us figure it out, help us make sure that the implementation's right, and we'll go from there. Right? Again, this is why we write unit tests. And you don't always get the design right on the first try, and that's okay. Right? It happens. So, Dennis with the raid. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's it going? I am hoping you got your include figured out. If you all don't know Dennis, aka Last Miles, he is we shouted him out before, but now he come in with the raid, so we do it again. He is another programming streamer here on Twitch. He works with all sorts of weird stuff and all sorts of weird hardware, with like low level stuff and whatever. So if that sounds like your jam, be sure to go give him a follow. But did you get it figured out? Did S-Trace help you? Was abused risk 5? No, you didn't figure it out. That sucks. You used to use Pidgin a lot? Yep. That is the #1 thing people tell me. It is literally a meme at this point. But I'm glad you used it. I'm glad you liked it. We are still working on it. We are working on... Do I have a thing for Pidgin 3? No, I should. Right now, we have an experimental release of Pidgin 3 out. Our primary recommendation for using it is the flat pack. Actually, I forgot. I should have just linked this before, too. There's a whole release announcement, and then another release that was right after it. Because we had a stupid bug. Guys, of course you do. Oh, whatever. Get rid of that, too. Can I get rid of that, too? Alright, that's a better link. Need to get food stuff? Yeah, no worries, no worries. But yeah, there's a release announcement. There's a whole way to get this on Flatpak and stuff like that. If you're on Linux. Used to use it with Facebook. That's all. I mean, Facebook still... Well, you were probably using Facebook XMPP. There's another protocol plugin for Facebook, but it's been broken for a bit because of 2FA and some other stuff. And somebody will get it working at some point. Our goal is we need to get Pidgin 3 out the door so that we can support modern stuff. Because, I mean, like, Pidgin 2 is great. It works. But, like, the world expects more from chat now. But if you're looking for how to install it from Flatpak Beta, that's instructions how to do it. The first project you do when you're learning the Go language is to write an XMPP client with it to receive National Weather Service data. Nice. You can get National Weather Service data from XMPP. Do you have docs on that? I'm very curious on that, because that could be an interesting protocol plugin or something to add in. I have to start using it again, especially because you're going to be hanging around Last Miles IRC more. Okay. So right now, Pidgin 3 only supports IRC. We are trying to get link local messaging in for experimental 2, which is due at the end of this month, or which I promised at the end of this month. The reason for that is link local messaging, or Bonjour chat, also uses XMPP, and it uses a very tiny subset of XMPP. So it's a good step to get us closer to getting our XMPP library updated and working for full-blown XMPP. However, link local messaging depends on MDNS, and there's no good cross-platform MDNS library. So what we are doing tonight is we have bootstrapped that library, and we are naming it Haya. Yeah, so we're trying to build this library quickly and get it working before the end of the month, plus our XMPP library to get all of that working together. So one of the other things is we are still in experimental releases too, right? So like a lot of stuff's not going to work. So keep that in mind. Like we have, I don't think we've implemented any IRC commands right now, but we've implemented the quote command. So you can just /quote and then type your actual IRC command and it'll go. But you have to know the actual IRC commands. But yeah. It's called the NOAA Weather Wire Service. It's the same text products they send over satellite downlink. But they also post them to a room on their XMPP server. Only annoying part is you have to email them to get credentials. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that sucks. I was hoping that this would be like, they would post it in presence information, but I guess that wouldn't... really work unless like they had a way to do it through weather station or something as like a XMPP presence. Right. So like if there was a JID that was like your weather station or whatever, and then they could give you alerts that way. And then that way we could do like a built-in thing for this. That would actually be really cool. But all right, either way, I'll take a look at that. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so we need to say, oh, you know what? Internally, we should not use this. I had set this up. Oh no, G free will still be right. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So internally, the value, we're going to use a G value for this. Right, so we're going to say G value, star value, or I guess G value equals null. And then there's some way to do this. G value, there's no G value new, which is intentional from them, I believe. Right? No, there's G value already new. Too early to ask for plugin to connect to Olama. So there is already a plugin for Pidgin 2 to talk to ChatGPT. There's a whole bunch here at plugins, but not for Pidgin 3. Like if, oh, not plugins. Sorry, protocols. So Pidgin 2 has had a lot of work. Like people going forward, Pidgin 3. We have a new rule in Pidgin 3 where the only protocol plugins that'll be in tree will be open spec or open source protocols. There's a lot of reasoning for that, and I understand users are going to think it's difficult, blah blah blah. There's better ways to fix that nowadays to make it easier for people to install plugins than what we have for Pidgin 2. So like with Flatpaks, we have everything set up so that somebody can build their protocol plugin as a Flatpak extension, and then you as a user can just install that Flatpak as well as Pidgin 3, and then you'll just get automatic updates through your software store or whatever, right? And that'll make, everyone's life a lot easier. So yeah, so there's the ChatGPT protocol plugin. And we're still looking at other ideas for like a plugin store and stuff like that. But the problem is, like, you need somebody to monitor that and monitor, yes, but moderate it. And you need somebody to review code and stuff like that. And that's just resources we don't have. So like trying to build a store that makes it easy and holds like binaries for you and stuff. And then we're talking about binaries as well. And yes, this is endorsement. I said I would downvote this if I could. It's, it's one of those things where it's not an unsolvable problem. We're just getting there. No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Me talking about Pidgin stuff, I'm all over the place all the time anyway, so not a big deal. All right, so we want to say G value equals G new 0. I think we can just do G new value 1, G value init, G value, comma. We can probably name this I totally forgot what I was gonna say now. It's all right. Oh, we probably should like name it V or something. We don't care about unset, but we need to init it. Where the fuck is init? G value init. Right, from instance. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. But yeah, so we can say G value init. Initializes value with the value of type. Right, but we need to allocate this, so that's fine. So we're gonna say G type boolean. And then we say G value set boolean, G value, comma value. G hash table. Oh crap, insert. I think I said something. Look at that weather service page. They even list Pidgin as an example XMP. Oh, nice. So I'm saying nice because, oh, Pidgin reader. Okay, I don't know why it says reader, but okay. The XMPP, the wider XMPP community is not happy with us because our XMPP support has, I don't want to say deteriorated or even bit rotted over time, but we haven't kept up with modern specifications. And unfortunately, a lot of people, when they think of XMPP, they think of Pidgin. And therefore, that makes the people that eat, sleep, and breathe XMPP not happy because everybody thinks Pidgin is like the de facto XMPP client when it's not anymore. And yeah, exactly, Drummer, exactly. It's a matter of time before we get there. But like I just noticed the other day, xmpp.org. So like I was trying to look at xmpp.org to see who else has implemented ZEP 174, which is link local messaging. All right, so here's ZEP 170 or serverless messaging, link local, right? It says there's one implementation, right? So you click on the implementation and it's a Gajim. And you're just like, okay. I'm like, that's weird that Pidgin's not there, but okay, whatever, right? But then I'm like, all right, let's go look at multi-user chat, which Pidgin definitely implements. And oh, they've even removed Pidgin from the spec implementations, which is maybe they didn't remove it. Maybe they want me to do something. I don't know, but that's just like, oh, that's kind of rude, right? So I need to look into that to see what I need to do there. But yeah, there's also been some. I don't want to stir up drama, but one of the I get I'm not actually sure where he falls or where they fall. But one of the XMPP evangelists one day was in one of our XMPP rooms telling people not to use libpurple for XMPP. And I'm just like, dude, chill. I'm like, you don't know what they're trying to do. Maybe they're trying to do multiple protocols, right? You don't know. I'm like, and I understand the situation. You guys will like, I will eat shit about Pidgin being a shitty XMPP client everywhere, except in our own mucks, right? Like you need to be nuanced in our rooms, right? And it exploded and it was stupid, and I ended up banning him. And now we're gonna be in an ad. I'm gonna go grab water and go pee. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Dang, I didn't beat that this time. I got the windows open, or I had the windows open, because it was like 70 degrees Fahrenheit here today, which is crazy. So I was like, open it up, 21°C. So, like, not bad for March 10th. Like, open the windows, air out the house. All right. I missed her. Not time yet. It's not time yet. He's like, the hell it isn't. I'm gonna get up in your business. Relax. What do you want? You're not gonna get treats. You're getting sassy. He's not gonna get anything done. Yep. There's a crumb or two in there if you want them, but you're not getting anything new. Apparently, I pet him too rough. Hi. You're okay. And he's gone. And he's gone. Alright. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. That's fine. Sorry. I'm going through Discord stuff real quick with this about. Okay. First. Okay. Alright, so G hash table insert txt records, comma, G stir dupe key, comma, G value. So one of the other things we were going to do here, I think I put it in the doc, was, yeah, record change. A detailed signal that will be emitted when a record is changed. Okay, yep, that's fine. We just have to build that real quick. We need to get to unit test here, though, because we're kind of skipping stuff. Sig, record changed, and signals. Static, guint, signals, and signals, rules, blah. Okay. And then the class init, we're going to say hiya txt : record changed. Emitted when a record changes. Since 0.1 signals sig record change equals g signal new class handler. I don't remember any of these parameters, but you'll understand in a second because there's a lot of them. I'll actually go to ibis. Okay. Fix this up in a second when we're over here. Okay, so this is going to be record changed. Detailed signal is going to run last. We do not need a default handler. We don't care about that. We do not have an accumulator. This is the return type, which is null. We don't have a return type. And then we are going to pass in two. One of them is going to be a string, and then I believe there's a G type value, which should do it. Let's see if that compiles. 107. Oh, right. This should be G type invalid, I think. Little new class handler. Return. Yeah, it's supposed to be return type. Return type. The type or G type none for signal. Okay, we want none, not invalid. That's the part I couldn't remember. Okay. $92. Yep. Okay. So, we've got the instance, the txt instance. We have to put this here, or else it gets weird. Although you don't need it. Well, actually, let's try it. The other doc comments, you don't need to do it now. It's inferred. I don't know if that's the case here or not, but so we'll see. I'm saying key, the key of the record. value, a G value that contains the value. Okay, yeah. We need to have it here, yep. The instance. Alright. So anyways, the reason we needed all that is so that we can say so G hash table insert also has a it's if the key did not exist yet. Alright, that's fine. There is replace, but I don't think replace is what we want. Yeah, because replace isn't going to check the value. Inserts a new key and value into G hash table. Similar to insert, the difference is that if the key already exists in G hash table, it gets replaced by the new key. If you supplied a value destroy func when creating the hash table, the old value is free to use in that function. If you supplied a key destroy function when creating the G hash table, the old key is free to use in that function. Right. This is fine. So insert uses the old key if it exists, and then it just frees the new one that you passed in. And it doesn't care. But so at this point, we're going to say G signal emit txt record changed, G quark from string key G value. So now, when we set a Boolean, we should get this signal should get set. Everything else should be fine. We'll be good. We're gonna do real quick is we're gonna implement get Boolean so we can implement this whole cycle, including the remove, and then go from there. Oh, actually, this should probably do this too. This is annoying. All right, that's fine. We're gonna do a remove signal too. Change is the value change. Removed is it got removed, right? Sig. So we're just gonna give you the name, not the value. That's fine. If this, then G signal emit txt record removed, comma key. Fuck, this should probably be normalized, but oh, this should be a 0 here. Actually, we could say, if not this, return false. And then, oop. Okay. Just go for the early return, right? Okay. So we need to put, copy something. Maybe we should just normalize everything. I don't know. Either emitted when a record is removed. This is not a detailed signal. Oh, we should probably have a record added. Damn it. It's getting complicated. Oh, no, that's actually easy. If this signal emit, yeah, this is fine. txt, comma, record added, comma, 0, no detail, key, yep, else, yeah. Making sense, and we're not even trying. So if you're setting it and it was added, right, the key didn't exist. So we emit record added. Otherwise, the key already existed. Now the record changed. Easy peasy. Yeah. Okay. So the reason we want these signals too is right. So the idea is the link local messaging protocol plugin in Pidgin 3 is going to use Haya to register its services, and it's going to hold on to the TXT record, and it's going to watch. It's not just this TXT record; it's going to watch the TXT records of other services and stuff like that. So, like when someone's presence changes, that TXT record is going to update. So we want to be able to drive that. We want to be able to see that update and then have that drive everything else, rather than us having to pull everything all the time. So it's it's a little bit weird, it's a little bit crazy, but it's okay. All right, so record added. We're just going to copy this. It's the same setup. Added, key of the record, emitted when a record is added. Yep, we just pass the string along. We could put the value in added. Yeah, let's put the record in added. Or the value. The value of the record. Right, easy peasy. Okay. Then we need the getter. Boolean txt get boolean. txt const car star key. This for a second. Did we put this in the header file? Oh, we did not put set in here yet. Okay. Oh, look, I don't think we did part of this. But yeah, so once we're able to set, get, and remove, we can start building a unit test for that and go from there. We could build it now, but the unit test is just gonna fail. So, like, I understand the concepts of red-green unit testing, but I don't see how that actually like really benefits you. Like, I can understand, okay, yeah, it makes sense. You want to kind of feel out the API and stuff before you implement it. You should be doing that in design first, right? You shouldn't even be writing code before that part. Boolean value of a record. Sure. This didn't. Okay, I'm like, I thought it was just void. Yeah. Okay, so that's there. I'm just gonna copy this. Like, one of my issues with red-green testing is like, I prefer to be. I don't even know what to call it. But like, you'll see me do it here in a minute. But what I always do in my unit test is I always put an assert reached at the end of my unit test. And then I know the unit test is done when I've implemented everything I can think of and I fail at that test. I fail at that assertion, right? Because that way I know I've gotten through all of my tests. There was no accidental early returns. I know it got called, right? There's all this extra stuff here that you can verify. And like, red green's not compatible with that. I mean, I guess it is, but it's like, it's super red. So we'll see. Let's go north. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you been? You seem like you might be interested in something like link local messaging or Bonjour chat or whatever. Um, right now we're working on an MDNS client, a cross-platform MDNS client library, so that we can try to get link local messaging implemented by the end of the month. So yeah. Key to get. Gets the Boolean value of record, returns the value of the record, or false if the record could not be found, or if the record does not exist. Let's go with that. It's a little bit better. But yeah, so we, like, regardless, we, to make this work in Pidgin 3, we have to abstract out Bonjour, the Microsoft service discovery stuff, and Avahi, which is the one you use for open source stuff. So like, if we had to go through this work, it's not a whole lot more work to like make it reusable. So we might as well make it reusable, and you know, then everybody can benefit from it. Well, everybody being anybody that wants to use a G-object based library. But yeah, like if you don't use G-object, sorry, you can write your own. But you know, this is what we're doing. Value equals G hash table lookup. We shouldn't have to do extended here. G hash table lookup txt records comma key. If value, yeah, we should never have a null value. If value equals null, return false. Then there's G value holds or something. That's the right way to do this? I guess so. If not, G value holds Boolean. I thought there's a better way to like test this. Football, steel, take, transform, type compatible. Nope. It's pointer, don't care. Okay, this is fine. Alright, if it does not hold the Boolean, then G warning. That's fine. DNS will be used as some kind of discovery service, or it's going to be it's just discovery. This is an existing spec. It's all defined in ZEP 0174. So MDNS is used for discovery, but then the service you implement is a XMPP service for client-to-client messaging or serverless messaging, right? So you put your username .presence.tcp.local or whatever. You search for presence.tcp.local services, and then that's how you find them. And there's a bunch of other records and stuff like that. So it's all here. What is this? I wanted to look at that before and I didn't see it. Oh, that's Many has an associated icon, a user avatar photos. Client should publish the raw binary data for that image via DNS null record in the following form. Okay. Yep. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but we'll figure it out when we get there. Yeah, so we already have support for this in Pidgin 2. It's been around for a long time. The problem is it's all in clear text. I've got some ideas on how to encrypt it, but the idea right now is just to get it built. And then like everything they're talking about here is they're like just use TLS. And the problem is with peer-to-peer stuff, you don't have a way to validate or verify certs or anything. But we'll look at doing that at some point, but we're just not sure how to do it yet. But we'll get there. So, client should search his local picture database to learn the last recorded picture hash value from anything compared to the push value in the TXT record. The values are equal. The client should, okay, so whatever. That's the buddy icon. That's what it was. No, so the signal protocol only works on established connections, I think, right? This is going to be, we need to establish a TLS connection, and we need to figure out how we're going to handle those certs, right? So like we can't exchange information ahead of time because this is the initial connection, right? Whereas like the double ratchet signal protocol, that works when you're already connected to a server, and that's mitigating your connections between each other. We don't have that yet. None of that exists, right? Because this is all like TLS happens at the application layer, right? Yeah. And then the application, then, what's the right word? It encapsulates the actual connection, and we need it at that point. So like that doesn't exist there yet. So you wrote a kernel parser for DNS for C2 security. DNS is already too vulnerable. System D resolve D makes it too much easy. What are you saying? Okay, but this is MDNS, where you have a service running on your machine that's meant for service discovery. DNS, this is not normal DNS port UDP port 53. This is UDP. Is it UDP? It might be UDP 5353. I think. I don't know. I don't know what port MDNS runs on. But it's not normal DNS. Okay, it is 5353. Yeah, I mean, it can be resolved there, but this is still like, we're not talking about DNS records. We're talking about service discovery using MDNS. And I mean, you can use service discovery in regular DNS too, but I don't know what point you're trying to make here. Like, oh, it's insecure, it's bad. All right, well, what's the fuck's the solution? Nobody else has it, so all right, let's complain about something that nobody's made better yet. Great. I mean, there is DNSSEC as well, but I mean, you mentioned that too. Like, come up with something better. All right. I guess we'll just do a warning and say record %s is not a Boolean value. Sure. Return false. Ours return G value, get Boolean value. Probably can't verify. Yeah, right. Exactly. That's the problem. You like the cert would just change whatever, right? So, it'll probably have to work like SSH server keys, right? Where it's like, all right, do you trust this? Right. And then, we would have to do some sort of cert management and detect when the cert changes, stuff like that. But that's all stuff like we need to make it work first, and then we can figure out that part. We're a long way away from that. Oh yeah, what the hell am I doing? That is definitely not the way I'm supposed to write that code. Both these are super wrong. 219. Yep, I missed the square bracket. I don't know that putting DNS in the kernel makes it more secure. That seems like a total red herring. MDNS is actually enabled on Linux Mac OS by default. So there's an MDNS implementation called Avahi, which you can set up, and it is set up in a lot of distributions by default. Like if you ever tried to add a printer and it just magically showed up, and it says like DNS SD : / whatever your printer is, that's using MDNS. And like Mac definitely has it on by default. But I'd be very surprised if like GNOME doesn't require it and turn it on. Same deal with KDE, right? But even like it's like if you just have like a command line Linux install, I don't think it's necessarily on. There's nothing pulled it in. But like a big desktop environment that has like a lot of basically I think it turns on printing. Printing generally pulls it in. And like a big desktop like GNOME or KDE or something is definitely going to pull it in. All right, so we compile now. So now we can actually do a whole test. G test add func hia and then we'll say txt boolean. Test hia txt boolean normal. We'll just do we'll do a wrong type. We don't have to do, well, we still have to check each one of them. Yeah, we'll name it normal. Yeah, file sharing media. Yeah, it's all over the place. Like some distributions, if you just do like a non-desktop install, may not install it, but otherwise it's pretty much everywhere. All right, so we need some callbacks. Static void. Yeah, Avahi is definitely on FreeBSD and the other BSDs. Yeah, Sinbleen, I don't know, like, what's your point? Like, Avahi is implemented using dbus, sure. But, like, it doesn't need to be. Somebody can write another one, and Apple spec just says you need to talk to the server in one way or another. So does Apple's. But here, to be more clear, you should maybe read this before you start trying to tell me stuff I already know. Let's go with that, right? So, like, here's the Windows version, here's the Mac version. Right? Are you already linked to the Bonjour one? It's just, like, I don't understand what point you're trying to make. You think putting MDNS in the kernel make it more secure? I disagree. If anything, I think that would probably make the kernel more likely to be insecure. And if the kernel's insecure, then we have a bigger problem. Right? It's like the whole thing about like the kernel dbus implementation. It's just like, no, why the fuck would I put that in the kernel? Right? This is like back in the day when like you would download a font from a website to display it, but the Windows kernel loaded fonts into the kernel. So like going to a website could own your machine because it downloaded a font. That's a stupid fucking idea. Just full stop. Like font handling should not be in the kernel. Likewise, application service discovery should not be in the kernel, in my opinion. Test, Haya, record added, counter, callback. Haya, txt, const car star added, comma, or not added, key, g value, I don't think we're gonna do anything with the value though. G pointer data. GUN counter, star counter equals data. Star counter equals star counter plus 1. G assert true. Haya is txt. G assert non-null key. G assert non-null value. We don't know what those values are supposed to be. Our main point here is we're trying to make sure that this function got called. But in the meantime, we're going to make sure that our parameters look roughly correct. We're going to do the same thing for removed and changed. Record changed has both of this, so this is going to be the same damn thing. And then removed is similar. Oh, wait. Actually, there's no G value here. It's just a G pointer. Dang it. Okay. When people say use TLS, but still an RSA for cipher suites. Yeah, I mean, that's legit, sure. All right, but what does that have to do with anything we're talking about right now? It sounds like you're just trying to fish for something. Oh, yeah, bad cipher suites suck. Use SSL test or SSL labs test thing and secure your shit. Right? Thank you, King of Zombies, for 31 months. Greatly appreciate it. How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. All right. So we got our TXT. We need a GUint added counter equals 0. GUint changed counter equals 0. GUint removed counter equals 0. Might be nice to have a fixture for this, but we'll see. Doing all right? Cool. TXT equals Haya TXT new. G assert finalize object TXT. Okay. G signal connect TXT record added, comma. I would say people who are really into crypto are hard to find these days. Well, the first problem is you said crypto, so all the crypto bros are going to show up instead of saying cryptography, because unfortunately that is a battle we are never going to win back. And you have to admit to it because that's just the way it is, unfortunately. You can't win all battles. It's all right, though. Record changed. But yeah. And like the thing is, it's not just even about cryptography or security in general. It's like tech in general ballooned a lot, right? And a lot of people got involved in it, not because of a general interest or passion for it. They got into it because it pays well, right? And that's fine. Well, not trying to blame anything, right? That's fine. Right, exactly, King of Zombies, right? The zeitgeist has changed on crypto. Crypto is for cryptocurrency. Crypto no longer means cryptography, at least not in the U.S., right? Just that is a statement of fact. It is what it is. But you know, so tech ballooned, or back to my point, tech ballooned, and people are more focused on it paying their bills, stuff like that, and the money they can make from it, than trying to write. I don't mean this in a derogatory way or anything, right? Because I'm not trying to, people got to do what they got to do. But people aren't the same passion driven people that are trying to make sure things are always correct and always going to work and whatever. People want to get paid and then they want to go do other stuff. That's fine, right? And again, just like the cryptography thing, it is what it is, right? So like you can complain that people don't dig into cryptography anymore, but it is what it is, right? Like you can't force people to do stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, so many people hate math to begin with. And like I don't know what you're expecting. There's so many people that are just what's even the right word? Hostile towards math, or they feel that math has been hostile to them, that they avoid it as much as they can, which all right, whatever, right? But like, yeah, it's just it is what it is, man. Record change. We have to check the detail for it too. What's the version thing? It's TXT version. Or TXT vers, I think. Yeah, TXT vers. That's gonna be the variable we're gonna use here. Cryptography is still about cryptography and probably about the most modern one. Yeah. All right. We might create a fixture for this. And by fixture, I just mean a helper, because this is a bit much. All right, so added all the counters should be at 0 at this point. I don't want to necessarily zero them out, but we'll see. I was full with stack burn, stack lol, and all. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing, right? Like having specialists is fine, right? Like there's people that are out there that still only know COBOL, and that's fine, right? Great. Nobody else has to write well, they can write all the COBOL they want, they can maintain all they want. Other people can go do other things, right? It doesn't matter, right? It seems like you're saying it matters, and I don't understand why. All right. TXT set boolean, TXT vers. Oh, this shouldn't be a boolean. Whatever, it's fine. Geometry. Oh, we need a G boolean. Result. Want to use money transfer? Somebody needs to learn COBOL? Yeah. Set boolean doesn't return anything. Remove does. Okay. So we also need a removed. All right, so we set the boolean. We gassert compare uint that added counter equals 1. Again, we use counters here. We used to use booleans in these to make sure that something got called, but then we're like, wait a second, what if it gets called twice? That's an error. So we need to use counters. So we use counters now. That's fine. All right, so that should be there. Then we want to also check gassert compare uint changed counter equals 0. G assert compare uint detailed counter equals 0. G assert compare uint. Did I really typo that? I did. Removed counter equals 0. Right? Cool. But we have to make sure that it actually got set. So we're going to say result equals... Actually, here, we'll do this first. Before we verify it, right? So set the record to create it. Make sure the record was set. This is where it's going to get hard to use a fixture or something for this. We're going to say result equals... actually, no, this should just be value. And this can be a reset. Result. Value equals txt get boolean txt vers g assert true value. I'm not going to reset the counters and check them again because they shouldn't happen. Reset the counters before changing the record. Add a counter equals 0. Change counter equals 0. Detailed counter equals 0. Remove counter equals 0. Okay. Then we're going to say txt set boolean txt we should make this smarter. Okay, we'll do it this way. Reset the counters and make sure setting the same value doesn't cause a change. This is going to fail right now. That's okay. But these should all be 0. Now we reset and change. Reset the counters and change the record. Oh, this should all be zeros. This should be 0. We're going to set this to false. This should be 1. This should be 1. We didn't remove it. Reset the counters and remove the record. Result equals remove g assert true results 0 0 0 1 g assert not reached. Right, I want to make sure I make it to the end of my test, so I'm gonna do it that way. And I spelled null wrong on line 34. I didn't set up the removed counter properly, apparently. Yeah, look at that. G assert. I spelled the assert wrong. Jesus. That's obvious there too. Come on. What was the other one? 47. Oh yeah, and then I copy pasted it. And all the time. Oh. How? How many times can I? I mean, I copy pasted it all over the place. We psych vaulted. Yay! Oh, I have to run first. G value in it. What? This should work. Why didn't this work? Do I want to GNU 0 this? I might want to GNU 0 this. Okay, so I did want to GNU 0 that because there's extra shit in there. But then we failed because changed counter. Oh, right. We're on 124. Right, because yeah, so it changed the changed counter or the change signal got emitted, but we didn't want it to. Right, and that's because we're not checking the value here. So, oh, this is a little annoying, but it's okay. So what we're gonna do is G value because G hash table lookup. Text records comma key. If G value is not equal to null, then oh, that's shitty, but that's okay. So like we're not storing what the do we need to do this way, or do we like it's nice that we're able to convert this, but this is supposed to be opaque potentially binary data. I think I'm overdoing it with all these types. Right? Because the spec says where was it? Is it section 5? Format rules for the text records. Note that when using multi-page, blah blah blah. Record size, record format rules, rules for keys, rules for values. Yeah, let's just use get and set, and we will return an opaque thing. Not sure exactly how we're gonna parse this, but that's like we just have to go that route, right? Like I'm complicating this by putting number or by trying to like put types into it. And like we could definitely give you a helper to parse it or something. But I don't think that's something we should do right now. Right? Because like they're talking about how, you know, it's whatever. The value is opaque binary data. Often the value for a particular attribute will be US ASCII, whatever, blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's just the way it has to go. Okay. And I think when we go to parse these, we're going to be using a regex in raw mode. Because that's just what we're going to have to do there. All right, so, yep. Creates a new reference. The key to remove. Set. Key to set. Value, the new value. And this, instead of this becomes GUint 8 star. Value. And then you're going to give us a length. G size length. Length. The length. That value or -1. Do they say you can have null bytes? I think so. Which, oh fuck, that's gonna make things complicated. Rules for keys. There's an equal in the DNS TXT record, then everything after the first equals to the end of the string is the value. Value can contain any 8-bit values, including the equal sign. Value must not be enclosed in additional quotation marks or any similar punctuation. Any quotation marks or leading or trailing spaces are part of the value. The value is an opaque binary data. Often, the value for a particular attribute will be US, ASCII, or UTF-8 text, but it is legal for a value to be any binary data. Generic debugging tools should generally display all attribute values as a hex dump, with accompanying text alongside displaying the UTF-8 interpretation of those bytes, except for the TXT contains 3 syntactically valid key value strings. Meaning of these 3 key value pairs, if any, would depend on the definitions pertaining to the service in question. What? This? Is there an ABNF for this? This is getting stupid. Uses DNS TXT records to store arbitrary key value pairs, conveying additional information about the name service. Each key value pair is encoded as its own constituent string within the DNS TXT record in the form of key equals value, without the quotation marks. Everything up to the first equal character is the key, section 6.4. Everything after the first equal character to the end of the string, including subsequent equal characters, if any, is the value. No quotation marks are required around the value, even if it contains spaces. Equal characters or other punctuation marks. Wait, what? No quotation marks are required around the value, even if it contains spaces, equals, characters, or other punctuation marks. Each author defining a DNS SD profile for discovering instances of a particular type of service should define the base set of key value attributes that are valid for that type of service. Okay. Using the standardized key value syntax within the TXT record makes it easier for these base definitions to be expanded later by defining additional named attributes. As an implementation, if an implementation sees unknown keys in a service TXT record, it must silently give them. It's fine. This is just not clear at all. Alright. Let's start at the whole fucking top of the section. Gah! Every DNS SD service must have a TXT record in addition to its SRV record with the same name, even if the service has no additional data to store and the TXT record contains no more than a single 0 byte. This allows the service to have explicit control over the time to live of its empty TXT record, rather than using the default negative caching TTL, which would always be used for a no error, no answer DNS response. Note that this requirement for a mandatory TXT record applies exclusively to DNS SD service advertising, i.e. service advertised using pointer plus SRV plus TXT convention specified in this document. It is not a requirement of SRV records in general. The DNS SRV record data type may still be used in other contexts without any requirement for company pointer. And yeah, that's fine, whatever. General format rules. DNS TXT record can be up to 64K bytes long. The total length is indicated by the length given in the resource header in the DNS message. There's no way to tell directly from the data alone how long it is. E.g., there is no length count at the start or terminating null byte at the end. It's fine. Note that when using multicast DNS, the maximum packet size is 9,000 bytes. which includes the IP header, UDP header, and DNS message header, which imposes an upper limit of the size of TXT records of about 8,900 bytes. In practice, this maximum sensible size of a DNS TXT record is smaller even than this, typically at most a few hundred bytes as described below in section 6.2. The format of the data within a DNS TXT record is one or more strings packed together in memory without any intervening gaps or padding for word alignment. Okay? The format of each constituent string within the DNS record is a single length byte followed by 0 to 255 bytes of text data. Okay. This is the part we're missing. The format rules for TXT records are defined. Okay, so what I was misinterpreting. Where the hell's the thing? This is why you have to read the whole specs, everyone. Where the hell's that table? Rules for keys. Where's the... Oh, right. Wasn't it right here? There's a thing where it said like 07 and whatever, and I was interpreting that as binary data for it. But that was wrong. There it is. Okay, I just wasn't scrolling far enough. Right. So this is 9 because 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's no spaces. There's no new lines, right? I was missing the delimiters. So then you get 8 because that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. Then you get 7 because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There you go. Voila. Ipso facto. So that said, my original thought for this was to use a G variant, and that might be the way to go. At least for serializing and deserializing. But when you're adding these records, shit, we need a length. All right, this is fine. This is silly, but this is fine. All right. Okay. So this is going to be set data. This is just going to be the length of the value. Yeah, or -1 if data is null terminated. That's fine. Let's see value over record. Right, and then we're also going to do, because internally we're going to represent this using cheap bytes. So we're going to say hi text set key to set ampersand bytes the new value. That's the value of a record using type at lib.bytes 0.1 Hiya available 0.1 void hiya text. I guess we'll make it set bytes. Let's just do that. Do we want to take the data? I think we want to take the data. Transfer none. Okay. Let's see if this compiles. It's not going to. Yeah, okay. We got a bunch of shit to clean up here. Let's see this first. Ninja, Haya, Live, Haya. Okay, so that's okay. The docs are gonna get weird, but that's okay. So the API just kind of grew out of control here, but that's okay. So we've got set data GU into 8. Actually, we typically just G const pointer. Data, comma, G size length. Nah, length doesn't matter. So there's no like G bytes equal, I'm assuming. Yeah. Alright, that's fine. So we're not going to be able to tell you, like, if set got called, we're going to emit changed. Well, we can probably work around that with like memory compare or something. I'm not sure we're going to do that quite yet, but we'll see. But we can say bytes equals G bytes new. Yep. So we just pass in the data and the size. Data. Let's just go size. Everything else calls it size. That doesn't fit then, right? No. I think so. Okay. Yep. Come back here. Okay. All right. So we grab that. Pass the size. And we say G hash table insert records. We dupe the key. We pass in bytes. We're giving our reference to it. Then record added, and we pass in bytes. Bytes. Okay. We have to come up here. That's fine. That's doing the normalization. Still unref. This becomes G bytes unref, I think it is. Yeah, we can unref. G bytes unref. Axel with the raid. Welcome, welcome. How's your stream? What were you up to tonight? Hope you're doing well. Still don't have a raid message? Yeah, raid message is overrated. If you all don't know Axel, you should go give him a follow. He works on all sorts of crazy stuff. And I'm blanking totally on what you have worked on recently that I have seen. Last I knew, you were doing something that involved Sublime Text with something I thought was useful, but you were going to charge for it, and it wasn't going to work for me. Tables look good with CSS tonight. It took way longer than you wanted. Yep, that seems to be the curse of that. Oh, NVault. That's what it was. That's what it was. I think I was like, oh, this would be cool. And you're like, oh, yeah, well, we're not going to hit your use case. Oh, okay. It's fine. No pressure. No pressure. The value. That's fine. Yeah. So what took so long with the stuff? What was the problems? My use case wasn't in the version 1, but you're down to revisit it later. All right. All right. So I think the signals are okay. I suppose we can do get data and get bytes. We'll start with get bytes. So, anyways, welcome everyone from Axel Stream. Oh, you know what? I didn't introduce myself when Dennis's people came in. My bad. My name is Gary Kramlich. I'm the lead developer of Pidgin Instant Messenger. Maybe you've heard of it. Maybe you use it. Maybe you used to use it. Maybe you know it by its old name in game. Either way, we spend all our time here working on it. Right now, we are working on a new platform or cross-platform MDNS library. Because we would like to implement link local messaging, aka Bonjour Chat, in Pidgin 3. But to make that work, regardless, we have to abstract out the MDNS client backends between the Windows MDNS API since Windows 10, the Mac OS Bonjour API since 20 years ago, and the Avahi API for everything else. We figured since we're going to have to go ahead and write that abstraction layer anyways, we might as well make it into a client library so that others can use it if they have a need. So that's what we're working on tonight. We bootstrapped the library tonight, and now we're trying to implement the first object, which is how to manage DNS or MDNS TXT records. So yeah, I think it's something that worked well, and I'm hoping that no one else has to suffer like you did. Oh, with the tables, or with the end vault? I'm assuming with the tables. Is that value and that data used inconsistently in those set? I mean, maybe. Data. Oh, yeah, I missed this one. Yep, we missed one because I renamed them. That should be it. I think that's okay. Oh, but set byte should be before this because we do try to alphabetize this stuff because it makes it way easier to find it. All right. And then we need to change this. We're going to make this get bytes. Get bytes. Gets the value of a record. The value of the record or null. I should say transfer none nullable. The value of the record or record if found. Boom. Envault has the alpha that works right now. There's a little more I want to add before full release. I also want to update the site with some different... gotcha. Mostly targeting corporate use cases, so I can sell it way more money than it's reasonable. Yeah, understandable. All right, so, yep. Yep, this gets way easier. So a bytes object, it keeps track of arbitrary data, and it has a length parameter to it, or attribute to it, too, so you can go from there. Makes it just a little bit. You can double dip on the consulting fees. North, did you used to work for Microsoft? I feel like that mindset only comes from Microsoft employees, but I could be wrong. Oh, okay. So there's another thing we got to do too, right? So we've got set data. Set data is fine. Oh, actually, we want to change this around, but this is fine. Yeah. We want to say void Haya txt take bytes. Haya txt star txt const car star key comma g bytes star bytes. And what this is going to do is g return val if val is txt. Not val though. G return if val. G return if val key is not equal to null. Yeah. Then we're going to do the same setup. Yeah. And then set data does the same thing, but it takes this and then this can call Haya whatever, take bytes. TXT key bytes. Right, because we're just jamming this right into the table. And then we're going to have a set bytes, which has transfer none. I wondered if we want to do it that way. Yeah, let's just do it. Okay, so we'll have take bytes. We'll explain this in a second. Yeah, this is fine. All right, give me this. We're going to do this, but we're going to say G bytes ref. That is a thing, right? I think it is. Yes. So we can ref it as we're passing it in here. So this is going to be, I spelled this wrong. TXT set bytes. All right, that's fine. That goes there. Right, so that's the normal one. This is fine. But this is still going to call take bytes. And then we're going to have void via txt take bytes. Via txt const car, stop it. Car star key, G bytes, star bytes. Since these are reference counted, we can do this relatively easy. It's not a big deal. And this is just a helper, so we're going to say hiya txt set bytes, txt key bytes, and then we G bytes unref bytes. All right, so what you passed into us, we just unref it for you, right? So this guy is going to reference it, and then we just get rid of your reference here, and then that way we only have one implementation, which is awesome. Yay! All right, so now we've gotten rid of the character, whatever crap, and we can go from here. We're good. All right. We got new, we've got get bytes. We can do get data too. G const pointer hiya txt get data const car star key G size star size G return valid fail. Man, I thought we were going to grind right through this. Boy, was I wrong. If size is not equal to null, or we have to do this first. G byte star. G hash table lookup txt records key if bytes equals null return null. Otherwise, if size is not equal to null, star size equals bytes. I think it's just length. I don't know the parameter off the top of my head. Oh, I guess I have to say get size, which is fine. Use bytes, get size. Oh. G bytes, get size. Return. Oh, then we want to do get data. Yeah. Oh. Fine then. They already made it easy for us. Return G bytes, get data, bytes, size. Voila. Yeah, we should have done this in the first place. But for some reason, I'm like, oh, we should just make it helpful and blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, we can add helpers for that stuff, but that's not something we need to do right now. And like, we can't keep track of that or anything. But, you know, we're just going to give you back a bytes object, which you can get as a const pointer to, and you can convert it to a string. You can A to I it. We don't really give a shit. It is what it is. All right, we have to update the header files. So we have set data, we have set bytes. We need to add take data, or take bytes. Yeah, so set bytes is no transfer. The transfer means whether or not we're talking about transferring ownership here. Transfer full the bytes to take. That's value of a record. Take bytes. Oh. How the fuck did I get to 12? I really wish I could turn off scroll wheel on this, because like I don't ever use it. but I hit it all the time. Actually, there probably is a way to do that. Does anybody know how to disable scroll wheel events on an i3 panel? Probably some way to do it here. Because like there's a weird thing I had to do to make it so like I throw my mouse up here all the time, and somehow it's like accidentally dragging windows and shit out of here, and I had to turn that off because it was driving me nuts. Oh yeah, disable tile dragging. I3 disable scrolling on panel. I3 bar disable scrolling. You'll never accidentally, except when you have vertical monitors. People so sure of themselves. This is closed. Users can specify command to run when a button was pressed on I3 bar to override the default behavior. Currently, only the mouse wheel buttons are supported. This is useful for disabling the scroll wheel actions or running scripts that implement custom behavior for these buttons. So, in theory, this will work. Disable scroll wheel on the bar. Oh. I don't know why that's not highlighted. Okay. Oh, and then it was wheel down command. Yeah. Oh my god. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. I have to do that on my laptop as well. All right, cool. Also, disable mouse wheel scrolling on it. All right. See, I try to do the very bare minimum dot file stuff. Like, it's mostly disable shit. Like, I still don't know how that's useful, but like, because you'll scroll and like you see when I'm scrolling, I move the mouse, right? Like it's not intentional, but like the motion of motion, like the rest of my hand's gonna move. So like when I'm scrolling down all the time, I end up down here, and then I scroll fucking somewhere. I'm like, well, how the hell did I get here? How do I get out? Right? And now, just kidding. All right. G bytes unref. Incompatible pointer type. Why is that G bytes unref? Oh no, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. We just got to cast it. GD story notify. Conflicting types for get bytes. I must have messed up the get data, get bytes. Oh, I don't have a get data. That's the problem. Wait, no, it's complaining about get. Oh. I have to do get data too. Get data. Size. Return. Out. Optional. Return address for the size. It's the value of the record as data. As type at glib.bytes. Returning false in functions, returning a pointer in a no. Like I'm converting functions that were booleans into pointers. So it's just I fucked it up and I haven't fixed it yet. We'll say get data. Okay. Yeah, so this should be null. Like what? Oh, that one's already null. Right. That's the problem. Just instead of rewriting code, I modified it and fucked shit up, didn't get there. Oh, right. We don't need gbytes there anymore. Let's return what we found. Conflicting types for set data. Oh. That would be the problem. Push declaration of take. Oh, because I said txt, not text. Or, where? I said text, not txt. Where the fuck was that? There it is. Muscle memory's kicking my butt here. Alright. Undefined reference to take bytes. Did I not put that in the excuse me, in the header file? Well, that's there. I wrote takes bytes. That's the problem. Okay. I'm like, I'm not seeing it. All right. So now the code should be better. We're not trying to do type shit. Whatever, it's fine. The tests are going to fail because they're still expecting booleans. That's okay. We have to go fix that. This will be just I guess set and remove. We'll rename it to that. I spelled this wrong too. Remove, normal. On the plus side, this super complicated test gets much easier. All right. We're just going to use set data to get started with this. So we're just going to pass in a static string, and that'll be a good way to get started. And then we'll have separate tests for testing take bytes, set bytes, and set data. We'll have separate ones for that. This is going to do the one that validates all the behavior. Then we'll have the separate test that hits the other code paths. And then, we'll be able to check if we're leaking memory or something from there that way. So, but we're not going to go through this for each one of those methods because that's just overkill. We don't need to do that. So we need to say set data, and we're just going to pass in null because null is valid, right? So we don't even, let's not do null. Text version, we're going to say is 1. But we have to say the length of this is -1. That's fine. So we're gonna say get data. We need to have g const pointer data equals null g size equals 0. So we're gonna say then we named it data. Get data size g assert. I think we have a compare memory. We do. Okay, yep. Oh, sweet. So we can say gassert compare mem. Then we're gonna say data comma size comma 1 comma 1. Yep. All right. We're not doing this part. We're not guaranteeing that. Reset the records and change. So call set data again. And this time we're going to set it to 2. Or we're going to set whatever. We'll say 2 with a length of -1 again. That's just going to make it easier for us to deal with later. Gassert compare mem. Oh, we didn't. Okay, wait, no. We set the data. We should probably vet. We don't really need to validate it again. We already validated that set works. And the code to set it is actually the same. The difference is what signal gets called. So that's okay. And then we want to remove the record. Oh, we still need a G Boolean for result. Oh, we still have it. Yep. So we remove the record. We make sure that our counters didn't. The only remove got called once, and then okay. Nice. How many bytes is that? Is that exabytes? K, meg, gig, tera, peta, exa. 18 exabytes. Let's go. This is why unit tests are good. Oh, right. No, that makes sense. We did -1 of an int64 value. So it wrapped. Right. We have to special case that. GBytes does not like that. We said we support -1 if it's null terminated. So we have to go through and implement that. That's okay. That's our bad. Right. So set data here. If size equals -1, size equals g stir length. Data. That's the only. Yeah, that should be it. Oh, yeah, I just want Sterling. My bad. Oh. If data is not equal to null and size is -1. Okay. Something didn't get called. We'll have to check that in a second. But what's your problem here? G size isn't... Okay. You can't pass -1. That's okay. G size is not signed. GS size is signed, but that's not the case here. So set data, you have to give us the length of data. There you go. Problem solved. Test text. This is length of 1. This is length of 3. Okay, but where are we actually failing here? 136. Remove normal. Assertion failed. Change counter is 0. Yeah, change should not have been called there. 136. Change counter should definitely be 0. We initialized it to 0, but when we call remove, change counter is getting called, or the change signal is being called. So remove. This might be a pepcac issue. Record remove, changed. Oh, this should be record D. Oh no, yeah, we can use the same one. That's fine. Good morning, Ivano. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? So I pulled the trigger and we started working on Haya. 102. Ah, thank you. That'll do it. All right, cool. So we managed to code should not be reached. Yay! All right. So again, I always put these at the end to make sure I made it all the way to the end of my unit test. You can do what you want. I find this works very well for me. Now run this under Valgrind. Boom. Nothing lost. No memory errors. Yeah. All right, cool. So, yeah. Actually, let's make this a set data normal. Or we're just gonna say set normal. Or no, it is actually set data. Set data normal. Okay. Like we're not gonna write the same unit test for all the different variations because that's just gonna be a pain in the ass. What we're gonna do, or we're not gonna write the exact same test, but we'll do the similar setup, but we're not gonna do all the signal checking and all that stuff because implementing it all goes in there. Twitch Copilot, yeah. All right. Add func slash Haya slash txt slash set data. I guess null key. Well, no, we don't want to do the null key because that's going to be weird and hard to track. There's not a failure case we can do here. No. You have to specify the size and yeah. What we should do is in set data, g return. No. You're totally allowed to set null. All right, yeah. So we'll do set data null to test that. Although that's going to be hard to check. Our get data would have to have a found parameter, which we're going to have to do, but that's fine. Set data null. So get data size. Let's put found before the size. The other option is we can add a has record. But we'll just do it with get data. Gboolean star found. Found out. Optional. Return address for whether or not the record was found. Yeah, the value of the record if found. Otherwise, it's null, and you can check the found property to do it. All right, so then get data gboolean star found. I just missed the wrap. That sucks. But then what we have to do is we have to do this a little bit different, but it's fine. G hash table lookup extended. Okay, yep. So G boolean local found equals false. Local found equals G hash table lookup extended. txt records key null and bytes. Right. Return location for the value associated with key. Okay, yep. Oh, okay. Yep. So, if not local found, or bytes equals null, return null. Then, if found, star found equals true. All right, no, equals local found. We're not, it doesn't matter. We're already out of it. Ah, shit, we're still not. This argument can be, or no, the argument can be no, but it's out. Looks up a key in G hash table, returning the original key and associated value, and a G boolean, which is true if the key is found. This is useful if you need to free the memory allocated from the original key, for example, before calling G hash table remove. Yeah, this says, no, this function cannot distinguish between a key that is not present and one which is present and has a value null. So we have to use extended because of that. Return location for the value associated with the key. The argument will set by the function. The argument can be null. Okay, so we still need to check if it's null. Okay, so if found, star found equals local found, then if bytes is null, return null. Otherwise, we then call gbytes get data with the bytes and size getting passed in. Okay, that should do it. I didn't mean to run another val grind, but we'll see. Okay, yeah. G pointer bytes. And that should be, we might have to cast it there, but we'll see. That was happy. Okay. All right. So now that that's all there, now we can actually test a null one. Yay. Static void. All this for building blocks. Yay. G boolean found equals false. txt equals new. G assert finalize object. txt g assert not reached. No, I didn't mean under val grind. That's okay. Yep, code should not be reached. Good. When we call set data with no, we're gonna have to tell it 0 bytes. I think that'll work. I don't know if it's gonna work. But we'll find out. Txt set data txt comma txt vers comma null comma 0. And set data does not return a value, right? Yeah, okay, it's fine. So then we want to say Const pointer star value equals no. Value equals higher text. Get data txt vers comma ampersand found comma ampersand size. G assert false or no true found. G assert null value. G assert compare uint size equals 0. Okay, I think that's good. That looks all right. 162. Okay. Make sure there's no memory shenanigans. There's some memory shenanigans. Oh, no, never mind. It's because we're still aborting. We should be returning a const pointer there. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. Okay, good. We want to test these with serialization. Well, whatever. I can grab those later. Whatever. It's fine. It's not a big deal. We're still a while away from serialization, but we're getting there. I even know I should apologize. There's an ass ton of pull requests. It's like 20. I kind of got on a tear this weekend. There's a lot of simple stuff, but there's also some not simple stuff. No, get data is gconst pointer. What the fuck? Did I not get it right here? Nope. So why is this complaining? Test txt 155. Oh. I did a pointer to a pointer. So much backlog, I need to start a new project? Yeah, pretty much. But no, so I was saying earlier, so Saturday during the day, I got inspired on how to implement the batch specification for IRCv3. Actually, well, it started Friday night. But so then Saturday morning, Saturday morning, afternoon, whatever, I spec'd it out. And then I went to a local Twitch meetup for streamers. And then I came home and then I wrote it. Because, yeah, that's been something I've been wanting to get done for a long time. And all of a sudden I was like, oh, wait, this is actually really easy. What the fuck am I doing? Just get it done. So, yeah. Okay, so this looks good, but we would need to do this again. Assert not reached. Make sure we make it to this function or to that assertion. We die. 162. Good. But no, honestly, I should have been working on this on Saturday rather than the batch specification. But the batch specification lets us do a lot of fancy stuff in IRC. The one of the big things is labeled responses. Labeled responses are going to be huge. It's how we can tie stuff together to know, like with labeled responses, when we send a join command to the server, there's a whole bunch of hoops we have to jump through to try to figure out when we get a response back from the server for the join that it's the right one, because like there's no reason why we can't send join twice. But with the labeled response, there's all stuff we'll have to do in the client for labeled responses too. But in the labeled responses, we can then filter it back and like handle it with async callbacks and stuff like that. Well, maybe we can't do async callbacks. Labeled responses might actually have to be an object, but we'll see. But that way, like we can tell explicitly that like when we try to do a join from the channel or join channel dialog, we can explicitly know when we got a response, and then we can update the error message if like we need a password or something. Right now we can technically do that, but it's a lot harder. We're still gonna have to do the harder version, but like right now, it's just BS implemented and fire and forgotten. We just assume it passed because we needed it to work, and I didn't want to spend all the time building everything to work the right way. So, Add func. Hiya. TXT. Set bytes. Yeah. Set bytes doesn't allow you to pass in null. Right? I'm pretty sure we did that. Oh, no. You can definitely, okay. You can definitely set bytes to null. Yeah. Oh, is gbytes ref null safe? I don't know that it is. Let's go find out. Gbytes new. It is not null safe. Okay. That's okay. I'm assuming unref is not null safe too. That is correct. All right. So that's annoying, but that's okay. What we need to do is in our init method, we need to update this to be our own wrapper again. Yeah. TXT bytes unref. And we're just G to story notify. See, I almost did it. I still do it. Then we're gonna write a helper for it too. Static void bytes unref G byte star bytes. If bytes is not equal to null, G bytes unref bytes. Static void G txt bytes ref G bytes star bytes. If bytes is not equal to null, G bytes ref bytes. Okay. We could we could do those as static inline, but I don't think we need to worry about the performance of it. D story of my life, yeah, pretty much. Me typoing something, yes, definitely the story of my life. So this becomes, let's say, G boolean added, or yeah, we'll say added equals false. TXT bytes ref. Yep. Okay. Although I suppose we could have. Whatever, it's there. We'll just do this. This is fine. This is a lot clearer what's going on. The other option is, if bytes is not equal to null, G bytes ref. And then, then we just have bytes here. And that's a little weirder, right? Where this is much clearer that we are passing ownership in the insert. So let's go with that. Okay. Damn it. Muscle memory, man. All the damn time. Valid use of void expression. 230. Oh, I know what you did. Yep. Or, oh, right. This is supposed to... G bytes ref is supposed to return the object. Yes, okay. That is my bad. That's another reason to do it this way. Turn, oh, not unref. Unref does not have a value. Turn bytes. Right? Unref shouldn't have a return value. Okay. Oop. Oh yeah, but so the project's bootstrapped. All the build stuff is up. It's in a review board. There's a project for it in UTrack. I didn't fix fields or add other developers yet. All right, everything looks good. I can actually implement the null test now. Set bytes, normal. Txt set bytes, normal. Use our txt equals null, txt equals new, g assert finalize object, txt g assert not reached. Again, we're not going to go through all the signal stuff. We did that with one of them. We don't have to do it with all of them. G byte star bytes equals null. Bytes equals g bytes new. From bytes static. From static data, data must be static. I never modified a read. It may be null if size is 0. I wouldn't care. We can just say new. All right, we'll say new static. Static. Sure. Yeah, because we're using the text version. Yeah, that's fine. Length is 1. Okay. I guess we're gonna have bytes 1. Txt set bytes. Txt comma txt vers comma bytes. I wonder if we want like a counter of how many are in here, like an end records, right? Oh, we need. Did we put? Oh, right. We don't need to put a found thing in bytes because bytes, if it returns null, it wasn't found. Or whatever. When you call get bytes, the value of the record of found. Right. The value of the record. Make that red weird. Right, because otherwise, if it wasn't found, it returns null. If it was found, you get a bytes. Because a bytes with an empty data is still a bytes object. So, all right, bytes 1 equals txt get bytes txt g assert non-null bytes 1 g clear pointer bytes 1 comma g bytes unref g we're gonna have to check. Okay, that's fine. G assert, I don't know, clear pointer bytes comma g bytes on. There's no like g assert finalized pointer or anything, but that's okay. All right, so we verify that's not null. Then we want to say G, or we need to do G const pointer data with null G size. Yeah, because there's no G bytes equal nothing, right? I keep asking this. Well, there is a G bytes equal, but there's no equal data. Oh wait, no, this is fine. We can just do true and okay, yeah. We don't have to do this. We can just say G assert true G bytes equal bytes 1 bytes. Then we can clear bytes 1 and then get out of here. Yep, and assert not reached. Good. Except I messed up something stupid. Oh, yep, that's a good one to mess up. I missed the namespace. Oh. This is my bad. I am not supposed to clear this. I do that. This is transfer none. I do not own bytes 1. Okay, good. Yep. So we are there. We work. Cool. And I'm just there's something we gotta check here. On take bytes, turn val if val bytes is not equal to null. You're telling us to take the bytes object. It shouldn't be nullable, right? You should like there's nothing for us to take because it's null, right? Like we're explicitly calling that. So we need to fix this here if it says that. Yeah, okay. Transfer full, the bytes to take, and we don't say it's nullable. So, yep, good. Yeah. I was just thinking about that for the next test. I'm like, do I have to do a null test? I'm like, I hope not. Fuck, it's already 1:30. Ugh. Assert not reached. Set bytes null. Oh. 268. Code shouldn't be reached. Okay, good. 197. Oh, okay. Take bytes. I don't know how I keep writing takes, but I do. So this test is like we're not gonna like validate a whole bunch of stuff in here, but what's gonna happen is when we run under valgrind, we're gonna see that it doesn't leak memory, and that's how we're gonna validate that part of the test. Bytes equals G bytes new static. I have 4. Big bytes. G bytes star bytes 1 equals null. Yeah, we'll do this way. G bytes ref bytes. Ref bytes to avoid a use after free. It's not a real use after free, but it kind of is. So we get bytes. We assert it's non-null, or bytes 1. It should be the same object, but we told it to take the reference, so we were putting an extra reference on it. That's fine. Then we say gassert bytes, or gassert true, g bytes equal, bytes 1, bytes. Remove our ref to avoid the use after free. G bytes, unref bytes. Alright, and we should have no memory leaks here. Code should not be reached on 223. Cool. Pass, wrapper, val grind, wrapper. Sweet. This is stuff from glib that we can't get rid of. But we definitely lost no bytes. We indirectly lost nothing, and we possibly lost nothing. But there's still some stuff in use. Glib doesn't clean up some stuff. It's fine. Not the end of the world. Okay, so yeah. I feel like I should do this as like full or something. But yeah. Let's give it a comment saying this test goes through the whole thing. Blah blah blah. Alright, so that's we didn't have them run the turtles in a minute. Let's see if the docs are all wrong. Ooh. Okay. Yep. That seems real wrong. Damn it. Did I do this a million times? Oh my god, look at this. Of all the things people were noticing me doing, nobody noticed that I kept typing text. Or nobody told me that I kept typing text instead of TXT. Ugh. Unknown parameter data. 114. Oh, we called it set data, so we're going to set that to data. Okay. All right. So now the question is do we put serialize and parse, or toString and parse into here? And I don't know. I'm not sure how we're going to make parse work, though, either. Did it say we have to know the size? I think it said we have to know the size. No, this requirement, all right. Can be up to whatever bytes long. The total length is indicated by the length given by the resource record header in the DNS message. There's no way to tell directly from the data alone how long it is. Okay, good. Yep. There's no length count at the start or terminate and no byte. So you have to tell me the size. Okay, that's fine. Ugh. Yeah, this should be relatively straightforward to write the deserializer. Do we want to do that tonight? One of the other things I really wanted to get done for experimental 2, which is not going to happen, was message notifications. But I never put it into the into the scheduled version, and then kind of forgot about it until like I don't know, a couple days ago. I was like, yeah, we're not gonna get that done in time. Is what it is. So, whatever. All right, so this is 650 lines. We are not going to put the toString and the parse method in here because my goal is to keep. Yeah, message notifications really need to happen. I just kind of spaced on it. The part of it is we need to get the history object figured out, and how the watermark stuff is going to work. That's the real question. Yeah. So that, here, wait, let's do this right now. Message notification. Like, I don't think we have even an issue for it yet. Purple 3 mentions. Oh, this is mentions. Mentions are not the same. Yeah, okay. So, what we're going to do, new issue. Scheduled version. Oh, not high enough. So I don't forget about it. Scheduled version, experimental 3. Priority, fucking showstopper. Feature. Message notification or new message notifications. Need a way to notify of new messages. It's very rough right now using Pidgin 3 as you have to manually check all your conversations for new messages. So this, we need, did we create Pidgin history yet? I don't know that we did. Or purple history? I know we have history adapter and stuff. History manager, history adapter. Purple history adapter. I just want to go to fucking classes. That's broken. That's interesting. Okay, whatever. Okay, we do not have an history object yet. So right now our history on conversation just has to be a G list store or something, I think. G list store messages. All right. So all this we need to create purple.history. This will be a simple glist model implementation that stores purple.messages. So the main problem is I need to know what different chat clients use for their watermark. And that's one of the blockers right now. But that's okay. Okay, purple. Let's, yeah. So this is going to be feature. This is going to be a large issue. This will probably go to me. That's fine. I don't know. I'm gonna say it's extra large. Or where's that large? I don't think it's gonna be extra large. Um, so most chat clients have a watermark of when the messages got read. A lot of them are timestamps. Some of them are message IDs. Um, and I'm not sure which way we should go, but I think like the timestamp probably makes sense. So like Discord red watermark API. I don't even know where I'm gonna find it in here. So like when you're getting history and stuff, you have to tell it like what it is, how far you're going to, stuff like that. Message formatting, timestamp styles. You'll navigate image formatting. This is all types. There's gotta be a way in here. Let's try matrix chat watermark. Keep in chat history files. My watermark programming. An index to the right-ahead log showing the last successful replication, right? It's the same idea. I think date time's probably fine. Right, because worst case, if a client has, if they do it based on message IDs, which seems silly, but okay. The worst case we do is, we know the timestamp of that message, we convert it to a timestamp. But let's try this real quick. RCV3.net specifications. Until this is properly implemented, couldn't you connect a signal of the message widget to trigger notification? Well, I wouldn't use notification. So there's, oh, you know what? That could be a real dirty solution. So we know when something is added to. Okay, hold on. Let me get this pull request for Haya implemented, and then I think you're right. I think we can BS this right now. Yeah, and I would rather BS this right now and then do the rest of this for experimental 2, where it's actually working the way it should. But let me get this pull request in first. Initial txt. Create the initial txt object. This doesn't yet handle. This contains basic record management, but does not yet implement serialization. We didn't even create tickets for this. Let me do that real quick too. Hold on. Too much stuff to do. It's in Ohio. Implement a basic Haya.txt object. This initial implementation should just include basic record management. Okay, yep. This is a task. State is already in progress. This is a medium. required for this. Tiny to me. No subsystem. There's no. Well. Yep, that's fine. Okay. Great. No, Hyatt 2, right? Yeah. But yeah, so what we can do is the way the notifications work on the notifications tab, how the little indexer thing arose, I wrote an interface called Pidgin Notifiable or something. And what we need to do is we need to make the Pidgin notification, or no, so the display items all implement that, and the display item can keep track of so it knows what the conversation is. From the conversation, it can get the messages instance, and it can connect to the items change signal on that. And then, you know, if if the added message goes up, it's a new message. Right. Then we need to figure out how when it was focused, which we should be able to do, I think. And at that point, we'll clear the counter to 0. So it's not going to be great, but it'll be something, right? And that's a lot better than what it is right now, which is fucking nothing. Unit test under Valgrind and called in the turtles. This link works. One of the reasons I wanted this was to make sure that I got that configured right. I mean, oh, it's supposed to be issue. That's my bad. Okay, yep. So we'll fix that in a second. Let's look at this. It's 2025. 2025. Okay, I think I'm okay with this. 2025. We've been back and forth on the code a couple times, but I think it's all right. All right. Oh, I don't know what's going on with review board here. I gotta talk to Christian because it just sits here and fucking spins, and then it says error, but everything's fine. So it's like it's trying to do a webhook, but the webhook's failing, and I don't know why. Because then, like, the Discord webhook works, and it's dumb. While we're waiting for it, though, we can come over here. Come over here, rather. 3896. And then open for this. See? It takes forever to time out. It's like 2 minutes or something. There you go. There errors, and then it's fine. So, all right. Over here real quick. Admin. Oh, crap. Repositories. Issue. Save. Default. Come back here. Go back here. IA 2. Now it goes to the right page. Yay! Okay. Alright. Over here on 4, HD stat. HD call minus HD branch. Up default. Ninja. This might work, it might not. Oh, we have that one. Okay. I don't know which one it's using. Okay, so it's using 20.2401. It's weird that I found that one first, but whatever. So, okay. So projects, RMS, RF, GI Doctrine, 2024.1. That's why I'm like, the docs got weird and shitty. Wait, what? What version did it use? It updated it because the wrap file's there. Good. So yeah, something changed in G-Object Introspection, and GI Doctrine barfs on it. And yep, so I have to use the new version now. Woo! So there's a pull request for it. Buried in there. Buried in all the pull requests. I just need to make sure I don't check this in because that's part of the other one. All right. We are on what branch now? Or actually, I could have... I can just depend on that pull request. Son of a bitch. It's getting late. All right, so anyways. Why? What is not saved here? I must like hit a random key or something. All right, so Pidgin display item. All right, now so the badge number here. This gets tied to. How does this get? No. So we need to look at Pidgin display window.c, and then add conversation display window add. If the conversation, oh, okay. If we didn't find a Pidgin conversation, then we create one. Then find the parent window. Fuck. Purple conversation, get account. We find the parent window. Oh, right. So if the window already exists, we unparent it. Fuck, we're gonna have to deal with signals there. That's okay. Actually, no, we shouldn't have to. Pidgin display items, set icon name. We bind property for title to display. Wait, so display item new takes a Pidgin conversation. Okay. Display item C. Where's the... Oh, right. Okay, so... Wait, what? Where's the new method? It's going to be at the top here. All right, so we pass in the widget for it. I'm going to set widget. Hold on, we need to look at Pidgin conversation.c. G define. Final type Pidgin conversation, that's fine. We're going to look at Pidgin notification. Or notifiable. This isn't interface, right? Yeah. So if yeah. Okay. So if Pidgin conversation implements this, do you define final type with code? We're going to move this around. That's fine. G implement interface. There's a G add interface. Like Pidgin notification list.c, this implements it. And this is how that works, right? So in the Pidgin conversation, which we implement this interface, which we're going to need to do anyways, right? So we do this part now, but we hack the notification count to work, and then we get notifications. Pidgin conversation notifiable. Pidgin notifiable implementation. Pidgin notifiable. Oh, right, because this is just a property. Okay, yep. I was like, huh? Like at some point there might be more to this, but right now it's just a property, so it's fine. That gets a little confusing because up here we then have to say prop notification counts. I believe. It's been a minute since I've done this. Oh, my bad. Okay, so yeah, so GUint notification count a temporary workaround to get notifications to get new message notifications working until we implement purple.history properly. And then when you write comments like this, 2025-03-11, right? Put a date on that shit, because otherwise you're going to forget it. All right, so we got notification count. That's going to default to 0. That is cool. We are going to BS the getters for prop needs attention, G value set boolean, value false. Well, I guess we can, let's just do this. Sure. Conversation get needs attention. Case prop notification count G value set uint. I'm pretty sure this is a uint. Yeah. And then there's no setters. These are read-only properties. Okay. Set uint value Pidgin conversation get notification counts conversation. Okay. Static G boolean Huh. I might want to rework this, but we'll see. If we make the no, because the properties on interfaces gets weird, but this is fine. We want the properties because we want to be able to bind to them. Get notification count. Turn 100. So right now, object pigeon. Oh, yep. I didn't install them. Pigeon conversation, colon, needs attention, whether or not, conversation, needs the user's attention. Properties, prompt needs attention. Goes G, this is like override or something? Right. Okay, yeah. I just need to do this. Again, it's been a while, clearly. Oh, I normally put, yeah, this goes, I think we generally put this after we install the properties. Let's go that route. So right now, every conversation that pops up should say it has 100, which is obviously wrong, but we're going to make sure that all works, and then we can do the rest. On. What? What's all messed up here? I don't know what the hell happened to my accounts, but okay, whatever. We are just going to, like, that should be demo. It should be fine. Disconnect. Change protocol to demo. Hit save. All right, so the demo protocol didn't load for some reason, but I don't see a warning about it. Ran a full build. Oh, you know what? It was probably in the notifications because there was 2 notifications. Okay, whatever. Oh, I don't think we built this into this part yet. Wait, no, that's only supposed to show up on. Oh, it's because it's selected. Okay, that's the problem. All right, I don't. Oh, right. We didn't bind the property yet. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Yep. So in the display, no, in the display item, when we do set widget, we're gonna say if Pidgin is notifiable, or yeah, item widget, then we're gonna bind properties. G bind property. Where's it? Was in conversation where we had this? No. Display window. Okay. Yep. So G object bind property. Item widget. This is the source. Crap, I don't remember. Okay, yep, the source property. Property name is notification count, comma. How the fuck is this working for the other one? We must be binding. Oh, you know what? I think we're binding in the UI file. Yeah. So in the display item here. Right. So in theory, we should be able to get rid of this. Yeah. So when we do these bindings, we won't need to do this manually anymore, right? Because we're setting the widget here, and when the widget gets set, it'll add the bindings. And then we can use that to verify that that part's working, then we can implement the rest of it. Notification count, then it's the target, which is ourselves, item. Shit, what was this? Where the hell is that UI file? Pidgin display item needs a okay, we just bind. Okay, yeah. Okay. Notification count to the Pidgin display item. Notification count. What was the next parameter? Binding flags. I think we just want sync create. Source property changes. The target property is updated with its value. We're not sync create. Synchronize the value of the source and target properties when creating the binding. The direction of the synchronization is always from the source of the target. So I think we just want to do sync create. Yeah. Okay. And then we need to do the same thing with needs attention. All right. So in theory, oh, it's GObject bind property. I'm still not sure how we're going to clear it, but we'll see. Because I don't know that we have any way to know that the conversation has been focused. And that's going to be the problem. Fuck, this did not work. Why'd you not work? Like, I didn't spell it wrong. But we're gonna do that to make sure. That's not gonna work. I have to compile. This is not getting called. Okay, we got called a whole shit ton of times. But no here threes. Which we definitely should have gotten. Okay, so that one worked. The Pidgin notification list. How's it going, Sessoth? Sessoth, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Oh, good call, good call. Like I said, I couldn't remember if that signal was there or not. So, I don't understand why the notification list. Oh, wait. Display window.ui. Oh, that's stupid. To make this work with this, we have to reparent notification list. I mean, I'm here. I should probably be sleeping right now, but Ivanhoe gave me an idea on how to make new message notifications work in Pidgin 3. And it's something we have obviously have not had yet, and it is a super bummer that doesn't exist. So I'm trying to quickly implement it, but yeah. So this is stupid. What is Pidgin notification list though? What? Like, this makes sense the way it is and how it works and shit, but it's also dumb. Like, I don't want to reparent this whole thing right now, but that's okay. Conversation is a box. But, okay, that becomes a Pidgin conversation. So, okay, that's fine. So this is a little weird and funky right now, but that's okay. We will clean this up. Put that back. That'll make that one work. Right? Okay, cool. That's back to normal. That's doing what it's supposed to do. Yeah. Three Pidgin, your PC has had a lot of issues and stuff. That sucks. Yeah, so we released the first experimental release of Pidgin 3. It's not really meant for end users, but it's meant for tinkerers and stuff. Um, we have promised a 3-month cadence, and the next release, therefore, is the end of this month. So we're kind of scrambling, trying to get a bunch of stuff done for it, but that's okay, because sometimes you just got to do that, right? A little bit of crunch, it's all right. Okay, so this is fine, but we need to figure out why we're crashing here. Okay. But it didn't work for notifications because of the stupid thing. Oh, okay, no, that did work. Okay, so why? Trying to measure popover, that's not our problem. The target object of Pidgin display item has no property notification count. You sure? I'm pretty sure it did. Oh, it's is it badge number? That's not what it says here. Oh, right. Okay, no, that's fine. This is badge number. But needs attention is still there, right? Yeah, okay. It's a notifiable where it's notification count. I don't know, I'd say innovating, but there's always something to do. Do we need to say needs attention true? Oh, right. We tied these two together. That's right. So Pidgin conversation. Where's the code? Because it says false, we use the needs attention to trigger to handle the whether or not to show the thing. Yeah, cool. All right, so we have issues there clearly. But that's doing what it's supposed to do, right? So that works. We the number's obviously wrong. That's okay. And we need to figure out why that's not moving right. But right. So okay, so it's displaying. Now we actually have to do the work. So yeah, okay, so needs attention is going to be we put this in here. Okay, so we have got conversation. Right, so then we say return conversation dash notification count greater than 0. And this is going to return conversation notification count. Okay. So this will compile. It's not going to show anything, but we know that stuff's there. It's supposed to work. It doesn't work yet. Right. Not a big deal. It's okay. It's cool. So yep. Okay. People are always upgrading, adding, and fixing. Yeah. Focus I am on how much I care and have into this. We literally just bootstrapped a new project tonight too to get to the next step, or to get one of the next protocols done. So yeah, the list of sub projects continues to grow. All right, so this is easy peasy. That's fine. Now we need to actually update this notification count and then notify on the properties. Not the end of the world, but we need to do that. Okay, so on the conversation here, on when we set the conversation, If purple is conversation, set data. All right, then we're gonna have to have some weirdo thing here. That's okay. Well, let's start with this one, right? Let's start with, okay, let's do init. No, wrong init. Conversation notification count equals, I don't know, 42. Right, so now every new conversation when it comes up should have a notification count of 42. And this will test the properties. We'll make sure that all works, right? Okay, that looks good so far. Cool, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to implement the part that'll clear it. So, you know, when we click on the tab, it's going to assume you saw everything. It's not ideal. This is what Pidgin 2 does. It's fine. So once we get switched to this conversation, then we will go from there. So Ivanhoe was saying on the display window, we have conversation switched. The only problem is, we don't want each thing keeping the conversations themselves don't know their display window. So we need some way to hook into that. So display window, see conversation switched. We can add a method into, or we could have a signal on the conversation saying it was displayed or something, and then we can go from there. We do not have a default implementation for this. I don't know where this is used. Okay, we have the signal, nobody's using it. The problem is the conversations don't know that this is here. But okay, so we can add a default handler here that, what do we call this in Pidgin 2? Conversation signals. It's not displaying. Oh, you know, I think it's a Pidgin conversation signal. Where the hell are those? Oh, it's gonna be GTK. Oh, where the fuck is this? Or maybe it is here. Sent attention, got attention, extended menu cleared, chat topic change, chat. Body type deleting, conversation updated, created, received. Writing a message, sending message, receiving message, blocked, writing chat. Sent chat, receiving chat, conversation created, none of that. GTK comp signal, son of a bitch. Conversation switched. Conversation displayed. Minute right after the Pidgin UI is attached to a new or hidden conversation. That's not quite the same idea, but okay. Do you have or want to limit on? Yeah, we'll get to that later. Right now, it's just make it work at all. Right. We have a whole bunch of stuff in here for it. And we even have a thing to build all of it, but we just don't have a rollover or anything right now. Or not a rollover, but a maximum. And we'll get to that at some point, but just not there. Actually, I thought we did some of that, but maybe not. Oh, badge number. Yeah, I don't think we set like a. I think the idea was we were going to set a max, set like a set max badge number, and then we just never did that. And then display item.ui. This just literally. Oh, although I suppose we could just put a transform function in here. That seems messed up, but maybe it's okay. Right. So we grab the label is just literally what the batch number is. We can add a thing to do this later. Just I'm not super worried about it right now. Right now, I can grow to infinity for all I care. As long as it's there, it's super useful. And adding the overflow thing is easy. Just what we'll end up doing is instead of just setting this directly, we'll add a closure in here that'll then pass in the badge number, and then depending on what the number is, we will then spit it back out in a different way. Yep, you're gonna alert. Cool. You crazy is about trying to do stuff all night, but your brain stops working so well. Yeah, we're real close to this. Shit, it's 2:30. We might have to punt on this till tomorrow though. But we are very close on this, so it's like just make it happen. This is something I've needed for a long time, and I don't know why I didn't think of it ahead of time, but whatever, it's fine. So there might be a way to hack into this. The GTK widget might actually have a signal for us that we just cheat with. GTK widget star signals. There's hide. Emitted when a widget is hidden. Is there show? Emitted when a widget is shown. So we're just going to connect to our own shown signal and then set this to 0. And if that works, sweet. Not display item. We need Pidgin conversation. Connect to our show. Is it show or show? Show. Connect to our show signal to reset the notification count property. G signal connect object. Actually, we should just be able to connect. What's a conversation? Conversation, comma, show, comma, G callback, Pidgin conversation, show callback, comma, no. And static void. This is void. Yep. Okay, widget star self, comma G. GTC unused G pointer data. Conversation star conversation equals Pidgin conversation self. If if conversation notification count is greater than 0, Pidgin conversation notification count equals 0. G x star obj equals G object self. G object freeze notify G object notify by pspec comma properties attention. That's not how you do this. G interface prop. Oh, you have to do notify by name. That's what. Close dev help. Morning, Nero. How you doing? Yeah. So notify. You give the name. Extension G object notify notification count G object notify. All right, so this should work. So we create a new conversation. Oh, it shows 42. Now we've displayed it. No, what the fuck? All right, hold on. Give another one. We go here. Nope. What the hell? So he needs more coffee already? Only been up a few hours? Yeah. Yeah, part of my problem is before the stream, I took a 200 milligram caffeine pill. So I'm a little wired, but I'm getting tired. Gonna probably crash here soon. Oh, wait. So are we getting called? G warning here. We are not getting called. Pro Plus to the moon? Okay. I don't know what you mean by Pro Plus, but whatever. What just shown? State flags changed. Unmap. And when the widget is going to be mapped. Widget mapped when the widget is visible. Which is, oh, yeah. Wait, hold on. Let's connect to notify visible. That's a property. That's going to be easier, I think. G object star obj. G gonna see unused G param spec star PSVC. Come with that. Then we don't need to do this because we already have the object. Okay. Notify visible callback. Come on, man. Oh, it's a brand new. Okay, gotcha. Oh my god, I have no idea what you're talking about, but all right. We didn't get any messages about bad signals or anything. Nope. All right, so we're gonna have to use the map signal. It's fine. Yep, map is fine. This is GTK widget again. There's the here. Okay. So I don't have a good way to test this right now, but we can see that it did in fact clear. Right? So we'll go back to contacts. Yeah. All right, cool. So we can clear them. So now, when we set conversation, if this is a conversation, then we're going to say G signal, or we're going to have to remove the old one, but that's okay. G signal handler, remove something. Disconnect or block, no, destroy, disconnect by bunk data. Yeah. Disconnect. Disconnect by data. And on the this is on the old one. I don't have the old one anymore. If trying to cut back on caffeine, everybody seems to be taking caffeine pills. So like I'll drink soda occasionally, but I've been having my caffeine addiction has gotten back up. In the morning I'm taking a caffeine pill, and then I normally have a soda, and then that's it for the day generally. But I was dragging so bad today. But I actually used caffeine pills to stop drinking soda, or at least caffeinated soda, and then I got back on it because it's dumb. It's a known quantity, man. If purple is conversation, conversation. Disconnect our old signal. Oh yeah, this actually gets a little bit more involved. You replace some of your coffee with corn-based coffee? Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. G list model? Is that how we expose this? Yeah. G signal disconnect by data. Yeah. Model items changed, comma. We're gonna do a prototype. It's fine. G callback. Pidgin conversation messages changed. Callback, comma. Conversation. Okay. Yep. And then we're gonna say. I spell signal right. The list model star model equals no. Model equals purple conversation. Get messages conversation. G signal connect object. Say model. Model items changed. G callback Pidgin messages change callback conversation comma G connect to defaults. Okay. Static void G list model star model G uint position comma G uint oh okay, yeah, we're gonna do that, that's fine. The only thing in former GDR because real coffee was expensive and rare. Gotcha. Is GDR a typo or I don't know that acronym? Yeah, the GDPR wouldn't make sense. I don't. What is GDR? What isn't the crop grown around these parts? And there's lots of it here. All right. So, this is fine. This is a prototype. Germany, Democratic Republic. Okay, gotcha. Oh, East Germany. Okay. I never knew that that had a name like that, but that makes sense. To me, it's always just been East Germany. But I guess that probably changed a while ago. Right? We should probably use removed. Yeah. Pidgin conversations, our conversation equals data. So this is a uint. This should always be tied to this. This shouldn't overflow, but fuck, how the hell do we do this? Conversation. If removed is greater than 0 and conversation minus conversation notification count minus removed is less than conversation notification count. Why don't we do this? GUint current equals conversation or notification count. If removed is greater than 0 and current minus removed is less than current. Current minus equals removed. Right, that's to avoid a wrap. Then current plus equals added Pidgin conversation set notification or set notification conversation current. You can get pistachio coffee? What the fuck is that? Done? Maybe? 89. Yeah, there's no self here. This is just conversation. What else we got here? Guess you can roast it, you can make coffee, I guess. Oh, this is disconnect. Signal handlers disconnect by data. 109. Signal handlers disconnect by data. Wait, what? Signal handlers disconnect by data. Oh, right. I want it by func. Instance func data. Okay. Instance func. Okay. To actually test this, we need to say add 2v3 dev and 2.168.1.220. I don't really care about password right now, but I have to say 6667, no TLS. I think my password's ABC123, so whatever. Require password. We'll try it. We'll see what happens. Come on, go. Oh, it's gonna remember it anyways. Okay. Okay. This isn't. It's not ideal, especially for the status window. But okay. But now it's empty. Okay. Cool. 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 Join channel. Dev Pidgin. Join. 42. Okay. I don't know why it's 40. Oh, 42 is 42 is the default. I have to fix that. I put that in for testing, remember? Okay, so DevM joined. Does it blend? Oh my god. And again. Ivanhoe, thank you for forcing me to do this. Yep, sweet. One more time. So it's not ideal by any means, but it fucking works, and that's great. Yeah, well, thank you for reminding me about it too. So yeah, either way, this is fucking great. 42. Okay, yep. So status window has 16 new messages. Cool, right? Notifications 1. Yeah. So what happens if I /ctcp dev env ping? Oh, I wanted to not be here, but yeah, the whole, okay. Oh, okay, that's annoying, but that's okay. I'm not sure how we're gonna fix that. I don't know how to get whether or not we're active or not. Or visible. So if a message comes in and you're on there, it's going to show as a new. But that might be okay for now. Like, it's not ideal, right? Also, I don't know why it was all fucked up before, but now it's switching between them properly, which is good. I know stuff's not lined up right and stuff like that, but how do we want to do this? Do we want to block that for now, or do we just want to kind of let it go? I'm kind of of the mind to let it go for now. They're like a UI focused signal. The thing is, the Pidgin conversation doesn't it doesn't know about the window it's being displayed in. So the window that's displaying it, that's showing it, would have to tell it that it's active. And that's the problem right now. And I don't know what this shit's about too, but it's annoying. I think it's this actually, but maybe not. I don't know. Oh, nice. What? Fuck happened there? Okay, when this gets big enough, this. So yeah, so there's some oddities here we need to figure out yet, but I think we're okay with this, right? Like, it's a little buggy, but it's all right. right now, anything here is way better than nothing, right? So a little buggy is okay. I'm okay with that. And we did it in 128 lines changed. Itchy branch, Aki, message, notifications. Implement, message, notifications, in a hacky way. Should get cleaned up when purple.history exists. But this fills an immediate need, even if it's a little hacky / buggy. It's so stupid, but I'm like, oh my god. Please review this as fast as possible. Where's the other pigeon? Make sure we look for D. Okay, so yeah, I gotta depend on this one. This is my docs tweaks one, 3885. Right, and this is the whole mindset too, right? Like, it's a little buggy, it's a little weird. This gives somebody else an opportunity to look at it too, right? To understand it, to become a contributor. I'm not saying commit buggy code to get new contributors. I'm saying sometimes getting 80-90% of the way there, even though it's a little broken, but you're getting a feature out of it, you might also open an opportunity for somebody else to look at something and figure that part out. Now, mind you, that code's going to get thrown away when we have the new implementation, but it gets them to be a contributor. They get to understand the project. They're looking at a simpler problem. There's other benefits to be there, right? You don't have to get a perfect code all the time. Some messages via IRC-v3 and made sure they were cleared when the window was, or when the conversation was focused. I'm not gonna bother putting what the bugs are. Like, people can figure it out and find them. It's fine. Yeah, I've been kind of cheating too with this. So I have a backup account on IRC. So like, Pidgin 2 will tell me when there's new messages in the Pidgin chat room. And now I won't have to. Pidgin 3 will tell me. Okay. Publish. All right, with that, I gotta go the fuck to bed because it is 3 in the morning and my Fitbit's about to yell at me. Saying, you need to go to bed. Time to start winding down. You need to go to bed. How long have they been going? Why does it not tell me here how long somebody's been streaming? I thought it did in the follows. It seems absurd that it doesn't. Not sure. I don't think we've rated her before, so let's do that. How long has she been on? Oh, not even an hour. Sweet. Okay, yep, that's fine. Nope. There's the thing finally finishing. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. We're gonna go raid Lady of Code. She is, her thing says she's struggling with Docker, but whatever. So if you don't want to join the raid, go ahead and hit cancel above the chat. YouTube, I don't have a way to raid you, but if you want to go join us on Twitch, there's a link to where we're going. In the meantime, be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube and hit the notification bell for whatever level of notifications you want. And in the meantime, you can find links to all my social media right over here. I do post on my Mastodon when I'm going to go live. So if you use Mastodon, you can find me there. Otherwise, you can join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord right over here as well. And yeah. So, all right. Thank you, everybody, for coming by tonight. And until next time, adios.